100% melee damage.
Enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Free for All Friday. So everybody's free to come in and have a chat. Let us know what you're thinking about all of the stuff that's gone on this week. We do have a video to go over. Just for a bit of fun. What we like to do here is within this On The Level Discord server, the group of us that are here, call us whatever you want to. We are just a group of people that talk about things. But we have specialised recently within logic. And along with that logic comes argumentation, the formulation of arguments. Now, I think we've separated ourselves from all of the other has-been arguments. And it's going to take a bit, probably 2 or 3 years for people to catch up. That's fine. It does take a while for this to filter through the process of, well, I don't know, reasoning. Actually,
Hang on, Ben.
go on.
Aren't we the only group that actually has an argument?
Well, it's about the discussion, about the arguments. I mean, you can have a malformed argument, but as long as you discuss it, then you can make it better. I think we are the only group that can actually discuss these things openly without getting triggered and upset about anything. Start turning into a rage because somebody's questioned something that you've said. I mean, there's no need for anybody to get upset about these sort of things. It's about getting an argument, and then the rhetoric of how you portray that argument to people, how you engage them. Can you get somebody to engage with an argument? Or do they just shut down whenever you start? That's what it's about. Here, anyway. It's what we've always been about. And now, there does seem to be a group of people. Well, group of people, I don't know. There's certain types of people that don't like to discuss these arguments. They feel as though their arguments have been threatened, but they're just words. It's just words that go together to formulate a sentence.
Logic.
Yeah.
We are here for logic, and some people just dislike this, and this triggers them. I think that's why they have to come or to chat or to YouTube chat, whatever. They have to comment. They cannot stay still.
Yeah,
something is triggering them.
Well, I was trying to explain it a bit earlier, and I think that they've had this process taught to them. Like, I call it an education if you want. But that isn't a natural thought process. It's not how most brains work. It's you've been taught contrary to actual learning process. Like, we went over that book, The Lost Tools of Learning, which is basically the trivium and the formulation of logic into sentence structures that cause the mind to reason something from the words that were said. Now, that's not the education system that we are all dealing with. The education we're dealing with is a repetition. You just learn this. This is what you're being taught to learn. And it's normally delivered by teachers, and you put teachers as authority figures, and you take the words of these teachers. Now, what we've been dealing with is within the logic and the trivium, there are such things as shadow giants. Now, if you take the word of a shadow giant over anything else, then you're taking a paralogism on because this person has handed it to you. Now, if this person doesn't give you a proof, doesn't give you any reasoning process to go along with this information, if they just say it and keep saying it until you are meant to remember it, well, that's where we are. But that's not where we are. I because of something in my childhood, I obviously think differently. I've gone through that school process, but I didn't have that particular process. It didn't occur to me. So all we're talking about here is a different way of thinking about things rather than having people to get you to repeat.
Is it actually that you're thinking differently or that you're thinking?
Well, I don't know. Try thinking, right? It was
Yeah.
the idea is to get people and myself to realize that once you've come to a conclusion, that is not the end of the thought process. You have to be able to check it and verify it that it's all correct. You have to then converse with somebody else and make sure that they are doing the same thing. And then you have to make sure with somebody else.
And that's not really what happens today. People just discuss what they're told and they all accept it and they talk about it as it's actually really happened. They don't think about what they're being told and if it actually contains facts or not. So I know that's exactly what you're saying, Doug.
Yeah, it's different, right? I mean, being an adult at this sort of age and realizing that yeah, you were taught things as children that maybe they weren't true. Maybe the teacher was just told to tell you that. And maybe you've built on paralogisms of your own. You've took the words of shadow giants. I know people definitely have. These shadow giants are given authority, but they're just people. There's nothing special about these other people.
And don't forget, right along with what you're being taught, you're also being taught that things like Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, and the Easter Bunny are all real as children.
Yeah.
So you're accepting things that are fantastical at that point. And until you reach a certain age, but your brain is already accustomed to accepting things that are false.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a major problem, in my opinion.
Well, that's slightly different about me. I didn't have that. I lost all of that early stuff that most people still have locked within their childhood mind.
I know saying you're lucky isn't the right way to say it, but in a way you are.
Yeah. I'm different, right? And it goes to show that this thinking process, the thing that's happened within the mind of a child has happened to the mind of lots of children. And it's hard to get rid of. It gets locked in. I mean, they do know this in the cognitive development of everybody. There's a certain point when your mind switches. And everything you've been taught, you get taught as a truth. Up to the age of about 7.
I would defend Santa because it is just convention.
Mm-hmm.
And children, of course, don't grasp such thing as convention, because for little children, everything is real. They cannot subtract that and or abstract. This is not an abstract, because in children thinking there are no abstracts to a certain age.
Absolutely,
so,
paper.
And at some age, they just teach or learn what convention is, and since then they treat that as normal convention.
The
And
title
so
of this video will be that
I would say that it is not harmful for children, because they at certain age they can know on their own what it is, Santa, that this is just convention. So let's say social or religious convention, whatever, but just convention, not very harmful. But about
very
globe,
clever trick, though, right?
Yes, but I would say
clever.
that this is not really harmful, because I think you are not harmed through your whole life, because from a certain age you just know that this is convention, social convention, not real, and
It's a
it is
magic
not.
trick, though.
But doesn't that lead
Yes,
things
but
like the ball and outer space? I mean,
Yeah, well, that's where we go, John. Like, right, along with this Santa thing, that's obviously not true. There are other things that are obviously not true, but within this trick, you are taught to accustom one truth that isn't a truth and becomes accepted. But the other one, the other paracosm that's made at the same time, exactly in the same way, is just forgotten about. It's allowed to settle in the mind. And that other paracosm, right, is the reason we're here talking about this. Why there are adults who get really triggered about logic. Because the association of the things that aren't real, once you start associating them as adults, and everybody accepts that Santa's not real. But give them a model that was given to them as a child also. And tell them that that's not real.
I think this is because, Santa, nobody is telling children that the Santa is scientific, that it is inferred by reasoning. But model, like globe, it is pushed into brains of young people as something scientific. So grown people are telling us science. That's why it is conveyed through societies, let's say, and grown people, not children, because they think this is scientific. This is logical.
Hmm.
And it is reinforced through every piece of entertainment that children and then young adults and adults watch. Every movie, just about every TV show has in the background globe. So it's reinforced on a subconscious level as well. You don't see, somebody sitting behind a desk and a picture of Santa Claus behind them.
Well, and
So
also as an adult, with the Santa thing, you learn that it's not real, right? There's a definite step that you have to learn as an adult, the original Santa bit. Do you get chance to do that with the globe?
No, with the globe, no. But with Santa, of course, we have many advertisements and films and whatever games, name it. But we know that this is not real. This is just convention or game or
what is the
entertainment.
Difference?
Yes,
there is literally no difference between the two. You get neither of them. You get to prove. Just one of them, you become accustomed to propagating the lie, and the other one, you don't need to get accustomed to it because everybody is propagating the lie with no proof.
Yes, but still we know that Santa is not real. But and nobody is saying, even from media, that this is real. But from media, we know
don't think
they.
Yeah, they do it tongue in cheek, though.
I don't think anybody ever says that the globe is real, apart from these groups that we're in. There's a fanatic group of people that come chasing us, telling us it is real, but they've got nothing. And there's nobody else that says it's real. You just get accustomed to seeing the pictures, to seeing the repetition of the same thing. But obviously, nobody has got any proof or any argumentation in favour of it. You're just forced into this paracosm.
They cannot produce any argument. That's obvious. But they are suggesting They are making people to think that this is real because they say it might be real. So this is dialectic. This is dialectic propaganda, or let's say argumentation. This is not impossible. You can think that this is not impossible, or just like this George Musa. The gravity is not a force, but you can think that this is a force. So this is that kind of propagating pseudoscience, that you have to make your own decision if you like that kind of dialectic argumentation, let's say, or it is not sufficient for you and you reject it. And I think that most people are happy with that dialectic. And then they are concluding that, yes, it is not impossible. Therefore, if body of science says that it is even probable, they eat that propaganda, and they are just learning that it is possible, more possible, very possible, and at the end they conclude that it is real, because it is very, very possible. So this is programming. For me, this is programming, but yes, there is no argument, but logic argument, but dialectic, yes. So and that's why I am slightly upset, because normally in science there is no place, no room for dialectic. There are logic proofs for reality, not dialectic. But now, in this century, we can experience a shift of logic into dialectic. That scientific proof is now dialectic proof. For me, this is unbearable.
There you go.
But that's me.
A paracosm is a detailed imaginary world thought generally to originate in childhood. The creator of a paracosm has a complex and deeply felt relationship with this subjective universe, which may incorporate real-world or imaginary characters and conventions, commonly having its own geography, history, and language. It is an experience that is often developed during childhood and continues over a long period of time, months or even years, as a sophisticated reality that can last into adulthood.
Absolutely. It's by design. It
I
starts
agree.
from the education. When you guys when you said Santa Claus, it doesn't have to do with it. It has a lot to do with it, paper. It's the beginning of the magical process, right? It's them taking putting aside reality and making acceptable fantasy, right? And then what they do is they take wonder out of the children, because a child is full of wonder, right? They tell you, sit down and listen. This is what the story is. And when we do the test, you're going to answer A, B, C, or D, right? And then they put the bell in there, and that follows you into adulthood, into the workforce. So it's all designed. It's all given to you. Here you go. This is how you're going to behave. This is what you're going to think. Not only this is what you're going to think, this is how you're going to think it. That's the school system in a nutshell.
And this is
And
what
you have to
is
consider
acceptable to think.
the emotion involved with Santa Claus for children. Boy, it's a big emotional effect, Santa Claus, and this, I believe, cements their belief in it because it's so
It's all
emotional.
designed from the bottom up. It's
No
all
argument
designed.
here. No argument.
The salute of the flag. Who brought
Oh
it to
God.
my attention? That really blew. Was it Saragaki or was it? I forgot who it was. Somebody put this into my mind. And showed me the Prussian education system. salute the flag and all that stuff.
And putting your hand over your heart and swearing allegiance to something you don't understand as a child.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah, that is the educational system.
That is
Designed to make
core.
you an obedient bee. That's what it is.
You're right. You're right.
That's just my opinion. That's just my
No, I
opinion.
agree 100%. That's the
I think the idea of the Santa thing is that in the minds of the child never gets told by the parents that it's not real. The child is always there to decide it themselves. Right now, what that does is that puts in the mind of the child that the parents can lie, and the parents do lie. And when you're an adult, you'll get to propagate exactly the same lie to your children. You get to pass it on. Now,
without even knowing it.
Well, I mean, you must know it, right?
No, not that part. I mean, you're doing it, but you don't realize you're a cog in the system, right? You're Stockholm at that point.
Yeah. That's what I mean. You've become accustomed to it.
Yeah. It's scary, man. They did it to all of us. They did it, and they're doing it to us right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the system.
When my son was young, I wanted to tell him the truth, but my wife would not let me. She was adamant about it.
Yeah, why spoil his childhood type of thing, right? Yeah, I get it. Yeah. That's the system. That's the system talking.
Chris Berry's telling us in the chat that he's a flat earther, but not a flat earther. Sounds like you're contradicting yourself, Chris. Never mind, though.
No. Chris, you haven't heard? There's a new term, bro. Get with the program.
Yeah.
Truther.
Hang on.
Sorry, Rob.
I'm a flat earther, but not a flat earther. I understand what he's saying.
I get it too, Rob. I get it too.
Say the same thing. Thank you.
But just for the record, Rob, there's a new term floating out there. It's called truther.
He's not that.
No, hang on. I got another one for you then. So truther's been around for a while, and I don't know if you guys have been watching Jeranism lately, but Jeranism says you're not a truther if you don't give him $10 a month.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah,
good one.
That sounds like the old evangelist. You're not saved until
tell him.
Save your soul, brother. Give me 10. Give me a tenner.
I like that. Nicely done. Right. Well, we are going to go over a video that somebody's done. I've done a couple of short clips of videos.
Can I just say one word before we start?
Go on.
Just one word. Hypocrisy. Thank you very much.
That's a good one.
Right,
absolutely.
Well, I think what we're dealing with is people's misunderstandings of why we're here and what we are actually doing here. Right? We're not fighting for a cause. There is no cause to fight for. The only cause that we have is just trying to spread a little bit of logic to let people know that there is a reality. And if you just step out of the circus for a moment and just start talking about actual reality, then it's a lot different. And a lot of people that are in the circus are talking about clowns and juggling acts and all of that. Well, we're not. We're just normal people that have conversations about things. And that's why we're here. There's a lot of people that have tried to keep us separated, and that's been good. Never, like I say, I've never been a flat earther. But there's a lot of people that want to put us in that basket, put us in that little group, put us in the box. But I've never seen the box. I don't see boxes. I don't see these ideas that people have been propagating. When people misunderstand what we say, rather than come and talk to us about their misunderstandings, what they do is they go and talk to their friends about their misunderstandings. And these just grow into great, big, massive misunderstandings that it gets hard to come back from, because rather than talking to any of us, you've developed this argument that we've never had, that we never made. It's just your misunderstanding of what it is and what you think it is. So what we do here is we formulate arguments about things. We try to solve problems. And the initial problem that was given to me and Spot On at the very beginning was, how do you prove that level is horizontal? How do you do that? And how would you go about that? Now, this was done 2, 3, 4 years ago. Long before all of this started. It was Emma, Spot On, Turn Up, Redmond. I can't remember how many others. There wasn't many. And we ended up getting pushed out of a certain group 24/7 FEers. And we got pushed out because we didn't fit in. We weren't part of their thing. We didn't go along with the narrative. We were asking questions about things. And certain people just don't like hearing questions. And a lot of my questioning came around, and it was geometrically based. I can remember asking them, how do they measure a distance to a light in the sky? I mean, lots of people say that they do it, and lots of people say all of these fantastic things, but how do they do it? And there was never an answer. And more questions came of people, and still no answers. Just vitriol and hatred of us asking the questions to them. It's like they didn't find solace in trying to answer. They got upset, and it got worse and worse, to the point that you realize that if you want to find an answer to something, it's going to be down to you. There's only one person who can solve that and answer the question for whatever it is you have, and that's you. So the question came to me in Spot On: how do you prove something to yourself? Then the question started: what proofs do you have already? What proofs has the school system given you about anything? What do you have to formulate a proof within yourself? How do you do that? Were you ever given the tools to be able to do that for yourself?
Yes. The school gave me the ability to develop photographs. That's it.
It's a strange thing to get, and a strange thing to ask yourself at this sort of age. But maybe it isn't. Maybe it is middle age, where your brain gets to slow down. You get to calm the mind. And you're allowed to sit and think about things. Maybe this is where the wisdom comes. Now, how do you do that? And what is it all about? Well, for me, everything since coming to Discord has been about talking to the people. And the more fascinating the conversation, the greater the steps within the learning. Lots of people have been involved in this. It's just me. I'd like to talk all of the shit, but you should hear all of the conversations that we have that aren't live. It's brilliant. There's a lot of people that have been involved in this. And even going through the simple stuff again and again. People say, like, why are you still stuck on this? It's because there's a very simple message that can still be told. And
there's also new people.
Hopefully there should be new people.
You know what the problem is? They teach you what to think, not how to think. That's the problem. They teach you the paradigm of the day, but not how to analyze it, not how to just learn this, memorize it. You're going to have a test that's A, B, C, or D. Yeah, but how about if you think the answer is E? How about that? Nope. It's one of those four. Pick. That's how they train you.
This is comprehension, not thinking.
Comprehension of what they taught you and what they want you to think and what they want you to answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope everybody's enjoying the YouTube chat. It is Free for All Friday, and Mark seems to be on a gaslighting mission. So thanks for joining us, Mark. Pretty sure you're the only one that's talking about FE, and you're the one that's talking about water levels. It's very strange. They can't see these people. They can't see that they're the ones that are doing it, which is exactly what's meant to be happening. The process that me and Spot On went through 2, 3, 4 years ago. Everybody else is now going to be on that journey. You have to go on it. You have to go on it individually. But luckily, we've found the best delivery method for this particular conversation. And it's very simple. It is one of the most simple things you'll ever do. So we've got a bit to go over. I'll give you the list of them. I'm calling it, this one is called the horizontal Wally. This is one of the best argument techniques that you can ever give to anybody to cause thought as to what's going on. There's that one. There's what I'm going to call spherical pie, the blue marble science, overstepping the bounds into geometry, but also exposing a geometric problem that obviously was derived because of the necessity of a model. I hopefully will give people an idea into the basics of how we link mathematics, logic, geometry, and fantasy. How you can meld people's minds within that to help them. But again, all of this stuff has to come with a warning, right? The process that your brain goes through when you're dealing with these logical thought processes may cause distress, may cause cognitive dissonance. And now, if you don't know how you react to cognitive dissonance yourself, then just step out the way. If you feel yourself getting angry, if you feel yourself getting annoyed at any point, it's easier to just step out of this. Realize that this sort of thing, it may be not for you. Go back to Twitter and, just trying not to abuse other people because of something that you've got annoyed at here. But just know that this is just us talking about reality and having a conversation between adults. There's nothing for anybody to get upset about. Like, don't defend arguments to your core where you get upset. And of course, we've got somebody's Strawman, because I think it's a complete and utter misrepresentation. So, which way round do you want to do these things? And how would you like to approach this tonight? You guys, Free for All Friday. It's a half-hour video of Brian. Do you want to have a go at that first?
You're the boss, Bev.
Well, I'm not asking you. It's Free for All Friday.
No, I heard that sounds good to me though.
Okay.
Yeah, seeing as it's Free for All Friday, am I all right using your big cat?
Yeah, off you go.
Thank you.
There you go. Is that my screen? And
Are you playing that video that I listened to earlier?
yes.
Oh, okay. This will be fun, audience. Enjoy.
All right, this is Brian's logic.
Get the waffles at the ready.
I have to point out that within this arena that we're in, if you ever see anything within the title of anybody's name, be highly suspicious of that. Like, I'll give you an example. Blue Marble Science. There's not much science involved in any of Blue Marble Science's videos. He did do a seismometer, which I suppose you could try for a little bit of science, but the rest of the stuff isn't. Well, similarly, this is a guy called Brian's Logic. Now, what you're going to see, like Buster said, a little bit of hypocrisy, a little bit. See whether you can spot any of it. Because... Go on.
Oh, sorry.
Go on.
I was going to say, can I point out, like what you were saying, what the name implies? It's just Brian's Logic.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know. It's not, Bev's Logic or Blue Marble's Logic.
Well,
Brian's
yeah, but...
Not Aristotelian logic.
Yes.
Rob's logic.
That's what I was getting at. Let's use Aristotelian.
I would say within mathematics, though, there's only one mathematics. So it does sort of fail when somebody tries to claim logic as being theirs.
Exactly. Well, when I said like Bev's, I was just naming names. Like most people in the real world, they'll just use their own subjective.
Yeah, you hear it a lot. You hear, by your logic, that means,
right.
Which is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Well, this is part of that. This is part of the magic trick.
Yeah.
So everybody gets, as long as you understand that this isn't going to be Brian showing you a logical process. We'll try and ease you through that. But, yeah, everybody, this is a free-for-all. The video's on the thing. Get ready. Because...
in your comment, what does the S stand for in FES?
Society.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Like I say, anybody with anything in their name, like, I mean, you know these, right? You've heard of Flat Earth Data. He's not a Flat Earther. You've heard of Flat Earth Math. He's not a Flat Earther. You've heard of Flat Earth Dogma. He's not a Flat Earther. You've heard of Flat Earth Debate. Who knows? But this Flat Earth Society isn't Flat Earthers. It's people who propagate a misdirection within a lot of things. Mainly through the misdirection of logic and argumentation. get people looking at the wrong thing, get people arguing at the wrong thing, and your job's done. Okay, so here we go. And this is Brian's logic, and he's done a video, which may sound a little bit triggered from the statement that we made about an angle. You can do fuck all with an angle. Well, Brian's video is called Water Levels Prove Fuck All. So, here we go.
I don't agree with Brian's logic.
The reason I'm making this is not that I disagree that water levels establish a horizontal plane of reference, or that I disagree that water at rest establishes a horizontal at all times, or that I think that level is not horizontal. No, it's not that. It's because there's a lot of nonsense going on at the moment, and there's a lot of claims being made, and a lot of strawman and arguments being made by some people.
Okay.
Wait.
Go on.
Can I just say something? He says there's a lot of claims being made. Yeah, we make one. They make none.
Well, he's saying there's a lot of misarguments being made as well. I mean, he's made a few statements there. He didn't put anybody's name to it, right? So, really, what is he saying? Who's he saying it about?
He hasn't been specific about any argument either, so...
No. I'm not too sure whether you will, but I mean, like, I'll let you guys be the judge of that.
And a lot of misrepresentation going on by some people. But
there's a lot of misrepresentation going on by some people. Remember, you can do fuck all with an angle. It's a definite statement stated geometrically that with the possession of one angle, you can do fuck all. Very simple. Now, who's misdirecting? Who's misunderstanding that?
Are you sure he's referring to you?
He's definitely being misrepresented.
Exactly, yeah. I'm like, who's he talking to? Who's he talking about?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Same people have an argument that they claim is a solid argument that water levels prove that level is horizontal. And
okay, so this same group state that water levels prove that level is horizontal. Has anyone ever heard of this group of people? I'll go back and put it again.
Never heard of them. Who could he possibly be talking about?
Listen to this.
I thought that was us.
Listen to Brian.
A lot of misrepresentation going on by some people. But these same people have an argument that they claim is a solid argument that water levels prove that level is horizontal.
There's a lot of misdirection going on. And there's a group of people that claim that water levels prove that level is horizontal. Does anyone?
At least we know who he's talking about.
Does anyone know who that group of people is?
Definitely.
I know who he thinks it is, but I've never made that argument. I don't think anyone in here has ever made that argument. Water levels prove that level is horizontal. Has anyone ever heard me say that?
No, that's not the way you claim it. Nope.
Phraseology is all wrong.
So, has Brian misrepresented somebody's argument? Has Brian just set up a straw man right at the beginning with his little throat clearing exercise?
For a certain group, yeah.
I call that a tell. I call that a tell. I think Brian knows he's misrepresenting.
And I'm going to show how that is not correct.
He's going to show how it's not correct.
Okay, here we have...
It's not correct because nobody's ever made that as an argument. It's weak. It's not an argument. It's nothing we would ever formulate. It doesn't make any sense. But listen to Brian.
Not that I disagree with it, just before I go on further. It's not that I disagree with them. I agree with them. But it doesn't, their claim is not correct.
The claim that he's just stated, the one that isn't correct, that we've never claimed.
Right.
Okay.
Clear
Water levels
misrepresentation.
on their own do not prove that level is horizontal.
Yeah, water levels on their own do not prove that level is horizontal. You're right, Brian. It's a shit argument. And it's definitely nothing that would ever have come from this place. That's how you know. It hasn't come from here. This understanding that Brian's logic has about a misformed argument. Call it a straw man, if you will. Watch Brian burn this straw man down.
And I'll show why. So I don't disagree with these people, even though they are my opposition. I don't.
He doesn't disagree with people, even though we're his opposition. He's talking about us, right? He's misrepresenting any argument that we've ever made and condensed it down to something that it just isn't. And now he's going to call us his opposition that he doesn't disagree with. Brian's logic, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't disagree with them. They are correct. But it's not a proof that level is horizontal. And they are incorrect about that. Okay, here we have Lake Mead in Nevada. Now, there's been a lot of water drainage or whatever from Lake Mead. So as you can see here.
Has anybody ever heard us talking about Lake Mead?
I don't think so. I don't recall hearing it.
Right. Does Brian sort of give the representation that this is an argument that somebody's put across? Because it's definitely not got anything to do with any argument that we've ever made. This particular bit that Brian's doing right here now. So whatever Brian was talking about earlier about a misrepresentation of an argument, he's going to go and do this now. Listen, I'll let this one play out.
If I can just go in a bit. Sorry, I know it's not the clearest, but there you go. Right here, you can kind of see it. You can see where the water level was here. This is showing where the water level was. Right, all along here. Right, there's just one section of Lake Mead, and it's dropped down to this. Right, so all here used to be where the water was in Lake Mead. Now this all appears to be a horizontal. So even if let's just say I just get a line, and it is right. Right, here's a line. Now I can put this line here, and it'll appear.
Might as well put a ruler on your screen, Brian.
All the way. Now that appears to prove that that is straight. Right, I can't disagree with that.
That appears to prove that is straight. Yeah, I can't disagree with that, says Brian about his own argument of the line that he put on a picture.
That is...
That's genius, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what this has got to do with an argument that he's misrepresenting.
That's really bad.
Yes, straight doesn't mean horizontal.
Drawing lines on pictures means nothing. But hey, Brian's got a misrepresentation of an argument to go with.
And I would believe absolutely and state that, that water at rest or any water in a big body of water will always strive to find, all water will always strive to find horizontal. That's what it does. Regardless of tides, waves, anything else, it's always striving to find horizontal. That is a claim I would make. But how do I prove that with just water levels? I can't. So here, I think
you just can't. Carry on.
Water is not seeking horizontal. Water is seeking its own level.
Yeah.
Own.
Well, and it still has nothing to do with the argument that we talk about here. So, again, continue with the straw man.
Yeah.
Continue burning it.
This is it's fantastic, right? And he's just said that Brian said he can't prove that a level is horizontal by the use of a water level. He can't do it. So carry on.
It's about 1.6 miles or something, or 1.5 miles or something, maybe 1.4, between around here to here. I measured it last night. What I could see, what appeared to be this. So it's like between 1 and 2 miles. But if the problem is that, yeah, it looks straight, and it appears to be all straight. And if I just go to here, that's the smallest, thinnest I can make that line. So it appears to be straight. It appears to be horizontal. But the problem is, does it prove that that water? If I was to be a globe believer, right? Globe believing people exist. There's most of the world believe the Earth is a globe. So
here we go. Didn't take long, did it? What's he doing? He's trying to talk about level being horizontal, is he? And like, what's he talking about now?
Immediately.
Well done.
Globe. Yeah. Well done. Hey, one other thing I just want to say. Unless Brian was on holiday in the Las Vegas area, he didn't measure shit on Lake Mead.
Yeah, he's found somebody else's measurements at best.
Google.
Mm-hmm.
It's Google.
And like, is he literally, like, just to clarify for my own sake, is he now putting a straight line on a picture and then asking whether or not that straight line he's put on the picture proves whether or not its level is horizontal?
Yeah. That's
what?
He got that. Ruhiv taught him that.
Yeah, this is what we've been dealing with, right?
I thought that was a Ranty thing.
Well, no, yes. Ruhiv taught Ranty to put a ruler on a picture. It's the opposite side angle.
It's the ridiculous pixel counting shit and opposite side angle.
Knowing that you can do fantastic things. But it's all been placed in the minds of people already. Right now, they can obviously go off on their own and not bother talking to anybody and come up with these sort of fantastic delusions of, Brian's got a massive straw man to burn. Let's carry on. This is like a non sequitur. This has got nothing to do with anything that we've ever talked about. Nobody here has ever drawn a line on a picture and then questioned whether that proves, because it doesn't, does it? There's no argument there. There's nothing to back it. It doesn't make any sense. No wonder you don't want to talk to us. Oof.
We laugh at people that draw lines on pictures. Really, we laugh at them.
Yeah.
If I was to come towards a layman and make the argument to him that the water level only appears to be horizontal.
Like, literally, if he was to go to a layman and make the argument that the water level only appears to be horizontal, that's not an argument, Brian. The layman would consider you a mad person. It's nonsensical.
It is just a statement he has made, not an argument, number one. But I will also point out that he has somehow made a distinction between himself and a layman. For some reason, he's done that. But that's whatever he's done that for. That is for him to know.
Yeah. He's the guy that's going up to a layman. I would suggest, Brian, try not doing that. Your head's messed up as it is. You don't want to be passing that shit on to anybody else. Leave the layman alone. Doesn't need to be getting involved with crazy ideas.
So you're only ever having apparent horizontal. But the Earth is actually a globe, and there isn't enough distance, let's say, between these 2 points to prove that it's not a globe. Because there would be...
Like, listen to him! He's just spewing craziness out of the top of his head. This has only come from this arena. Do you want to hear that again?
What?
Like, listen to this.
Who is he representing right now?
I don't know. He's representing a Strawman burning flat Earth superhero, I think. Don't know. He's made up a non-argument, and now he's showing how he's a flat Earth Superman. He's put his cape on, and he's gonna go and beat that Strawman to death with a ridiculous argument. But he's gonna use a normal person, just a layman at the side. A layman in what? A layman in reality, or a layman within a fictitious argument, a non-argument?
Towards a layman and make the argument to him that the water level only appears to be horizontal. So you only ever have an apparent horizontal. But the Earth is actually a globe, and there isn't enough distance, let's just say, between these 2 points to prove that it's not a globe, because there would be such a little amount of curvature between, let's say, 1.6 miles of Earth. If Earth was a globe, there would be such little curvature that from this distance and within this scenario, how could I prove that there isn't some small amount of curvature between here and here? How could I prove that that this water here is not curving? Regardless of what my experience tells me, regardless of what I believe or my opinion is, this doesn't prove that water is horizontal.
Okay, just so make sure everybody's clear, right? Brian drawing a picture, drawing a straight line on a picture doesn't prove that the water is horizontal, right? Can we all give Brian a round of applause for doing that excellent globe work? He jumped into globe Brian quite easily there and completely smashed the shit out of that Strawman that he formulated as a glober as well. You see the way he did that?
I would say that Baby did that better with these 2 flasks and horizon.
Yeah.
So I would recommend rather Baby than Brian's logic.
Well, this is the way it's going now, right? It's getting a bit hard to tell what the idea of Brian's is. 5 minutes in, we can get
right, or makes a horizontal at rest. It doesn't prove that water line there. Although you should, like most people would view it as, well, just looks to be straight and horizontal. Yes, but mathematically, from a globe believing point of view, I can argue against that. So
mathematically, right, Brian, this is Brian. Mathematically, Brian, using a globe mathematics, he can argue against that straight line that he's drawn. He's genius. So do you want to hear Brian's argument against it? Yeah, let's go.
I can argue against that with globe mathematics, and I can show to the average layman how there would be.
He can do it with globe mathematics. Is he going to do that with globe mathematics by stating that there's no such thing as a horizontal on the globe model? Do you think he's going to be astute enough to say that? Because that's if he was representing our arguments in any way, that'd be what he says.
Be such over that span of a distance, there'd be such a small amount of curvature that it wouldn't be noticed. So if I just take this away, it wouldn't be noticed between these 2 points optically. You wouldn't be able to notice it. You would have to somehow measure it. This along here, and this is all undulating, so it'd be difficult to measure. You would have to somehow measure that there is no curvature to show that there is no curvature, and that the water that was up here wasn't curving very slightly between these 2 points, right? So, as I said, it's not my opinion. My opinion would be that it's absolutely horizontal, that water always strives to make it horizontal, regardless of the amount of it or its size, with the exception of a drop because of intermolecular bonding and intramolecular bonding and whatever.
Did he say there would be a drop because of intermolecular bonding? I've never heard that one. I don't know whether he was... I'll put it back again. I don't want to dwell on it for too long, but...
My opinion would be that it's absolutely horizontal. That water always strives to make it horizontal, regardless of the amount of it or its size, with the exception of a drop because of...
with the exception of a drop?
What does he mean water
Yeah.
tries?
Where did that come from?
Water tries to make a horizontal. Does it have a choice?
Like
Drop
Paper
from
said,
where, Brian?
Yeah, with an exception of a drop.
Drop from where, Brian? Are you kidding me?
Listen, I'll let you listen to it again. So this is Brian.
That water always strives to make it horizontal, regardless of the amount of it or its size, with the exception of a drop because of intermolecular bonding and...
It always, with the exception. Brian's logic.
I think that he should say flow. That I think that he thought about situation where water is dropping because of the skew or whatever. I think that he just
like a flow. Apart from
Yes,
the time
flow.
where it is actually flowing to find its rest.
I think that he used word drop instead of flow. I think so.
But we are making allowances for Brian. Brian did actually say that it always does this except for, which is non-logical. You can't have an always exception. It doesn't work.
Yes, of course.
So again, this is Brian's logic. He's just put a fallacy. He's just built a fallacy into his statement. Whether he misworded it and whether he meant to say something else, but he has put an always except.
That's only one of the things that he did wrong. The other one is intermolecular bond. How does that equate to a drop? Maybe he explains it further down, but I want to hear that.
Yeah.
Intramolecular bonding and whatever, that with hydrogen bonding and that it will, obviously at the small scale of a drop scale, it will be a dome or a drop or curved or whatever. But aside of that, water.
Well, he means
a water drop.
Yeah.
A drop of water, not the drop.
Of water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now we got that straight.
Water will strive to find
the meniscus.
That would be my opinion. But here is a water level. Now, so let's say there is, let's say this is 5 meters, right? That doesn't prove, just because that water level, right, is creating what appears to be a horizontal for me, that doesn't prove that water levels prove that level is horizontal.
No, you're right, Brian. It doesn't. In order for a proof, what you need to do is put a syllogism together. And then you need to be able to put that syllogism into practice in reality. You need to prove that your syllogism is a predication of something that is real. That's what you need to do in order to put a proof into reality. You can't just show a picture of something and say, look, this proves it. Nobody's ever said that. This is one of the worst strawman arguments that anybody has ever made of anybody else's argument. And if, Brian, you think this is the argument that we've been putting forward, then that's shame on you, mate. You should have come in and had a conversation about things. You should have done. Seems like you've fallen into the trap that we fell into, where we purposely didn't talk about this stuff live. It all got talked about in the background. Nobody wants to be handing the Globers this information because they will just confuse everybody. It now seems like Brian's logic is taking up that role, trying to confuse with straw men, with arguments never made.
Because from a globe point of view, I can claim that it only appears to do that on a small scale. So here is same thing, right? I can make the claim that that there is a very, very tiny amount of curvature between these 2 points here, and consequently, that the Earth is a globe, but it's...
Brian could make the argument that there's a curve there. But what Brian is forgetting to tell everybody about these logical arguments is he's not saying whether there's a drop from one side to the other and from which side the drop's occurring, or whether there's a hump in the middle. He's not saying that, and he's never putting that point across because he's obviously never understood the logical statements that have been made here. Brian, as a glober, he says, he could just say it curves. 2 points. Because he's heard the globers do that. And Brian has no defence against this argument from the globers. So Brian thinks it's a good argument. Brian's logic, ladies and gentlemen. So there we go. He's gone full glober now. Full on flat earth society, let everybody else know.
Such a small amount of curvature between these 2 points here that it appears to be absolutely horizontal using a 10-meter water level, right?
You gotta be kidding,
same
Brian.
again here, water level. It appears that it is making a horizontal. So
it appears it's making a horizontal.
You
can't
got
say
to be kidding.
you can't say
Brian.
where the curve is, whether one's higher or lower than the other one, or he can't see that.
So
Wow.
air in between may curve.
Yeah, you would never know.
So that would be curving air.
Yeah.
Wow.
In the
That
middle of there
is
somewhere.
incredible.
It's pretty obvious that
That is, I hope-
Brian's never heard an argument, right? He's never heard the globe argument. Because this is as good as the globe argument gets, but Brian's come to accept it.
Brian, if you think there's a curve in 10 meters between those 2 points, bro, you are gone. You are lost in the weeds, bro. You need to come for a convo, seriously. I'm reaching out to you, bro.
What he's saying is, as a glober, Brian, he could make that argument because he thinks that's an argument. He's
No,
heard
it's
the
not.
globers make it. He thinks it's an actual argument. This is Brian's logic.
It's ridiculous.
Right?
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, Brian. Seriously.
He said he can make an argument, right? So Brian's saying that he is the guy that will be able to make an argument against the water level, right? But not the argument against our argument against level being horizontal. No. He wants to make an argument against just the statement a water level proves level is horizontal, which is no argument that anybody's ever made. But he thinks the globers do that. This is all in Brian's head about a fantasy argument that's never been made. But it is in the minds of the globers. This is what the globers want the argument to be. And if anybody can't see what Brian's doing right here, then you're blind to it. Brian's facilitating a globe argument that can go round and round and round in circles. This isn't our argument that Brian's making here. And this isn't a rebuttal to our argument that Brian's making here. Try it, though, if you want.
This is ridiculous. Which side does it drop from, Baller Brian? Which side? Which side, A or B? Where does the drop start from?
Where's the curve,
Baller.
right?
Yeah, where does it start curving?
You can't say drop, right? Because you're giving them part of the paradox. The paradox is already in their minds, Brian. You can't just say it curves. It means nothing.
But from which side does it start curving, Brian?
Yeah.
From which side?
Where's the curve?
Yeah. I mean, seriously, man. Seriously, you're off the deep end here, bro.
Here we go.
I can make the claim or the argument that there is an apparent horizontal being made, right?
He can make the argument that there's an apparent horizontal being made. I mean, that's a rock solid argument for Brian's logic. I mean, he obviously knows about argumentation, doesn't he?
He should take that challenge up.
Yeah.
I think we should challenge him to bring an argument.
Yeah.
Put together a syllogism that actually works. And you say you could put together an argument. Do it, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Put together an argument, an actual syllogism.
I dare you. I mean, we're all up for arguments. We're all up for debates. If the Globers can't do it, then perhaps Brian wants to come and have a go.
Talk about becoming a shadow giant. Holy crap.
A small and local scale. Right? Mathematically, if I'm a globe believer, I can make that argument and then show on the...
Mathematically, if he's a globe believer, he can make that argument. The argument that isn't an argument.
No, mathematics do not claim anything.
No.
Mathematics proves, not claims. No, this not mathematics is not making just statements. This is not mathematics.
This is the Flat Earth Society type machine that's going on here, right? Throwing confusion around a simple logical argument. Well done, Brian.
Bigger scale, right? Past where we can use the scale beyond what we can use water levels on, or let's just say, because it's so difficult to expand water levels out to the big scale. Sorry, to the big scale.
It's so difficult, Brian says, Brian, with his little tell. You can have pretty long water levels, actually. You might have heard of them. They're called canals, aqueducts, passage of water from one place to another. They go quite long ways. Canats.
By the way, I heard you mention the Erie Canal the other day, and just to let you know, I've been on the Erie Canal. I've traveled it, so.
Yeah, there's quite a few people live pretty close to that.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun actually, going through the locks.
Argument that on the big scale, the Earth is still a heliocentric globe, but on a small scale, water levels will give the appearance of creating a horizontal. So over a few meters, or even a couple of...
Brian's just done a scale thing. Just think of the scale. Genius. Such a good argument.
100 meters, there won't be any noticeable enough difference, right? I can make that argument, and I can make that argument to any layman or laywoman, and they would very likely just accept it because they wouldn't know any different.
Like, Brian, please don't make that non-argument to any layman or laywoman, because it's not an argument.
He's going for the disco ball Earth, local level.
But to a layman, somebody who doesn't know, they'd think you're mad. You'd definitely be calling him a flat earther, and he'd be saying, no, I'm Brian, the Glober. You're still a madman. You sound like a flat earther.
You know, because it would appear logical, especially if they already believe the Earth to be a globe.
It would appear logical. This is a shame, Brian, and I'm not too sure about this. About how you're trying to misrepresent this. This is shadow giant work from Brian's logic.
You know, I'm really shocked that Brian's putting this out. I would have not expected this from him.
Well, we're only 8 minutes in.
So, right. Some water level statements. Some statements that are made by a certain group of people or
right, some statements that are made by a certain group of people.
Making statements.
Whenever he says that, he refers to the people here.
Yeah, do you think?
At the moment, they are making claims, misrepresenting, not addressing when they are not being honest, trolling, different things like that. Kind of trying to antagonize things like that, right?
Trying to antagonize?
I'm trying to avoid all that.
Brian.
These people have made it impossible. Sorry, not impossible. They've made it pointless, right, to try speaking with them. So I won't be doing that anymore. Speaking with them.
Okay, this is good, Brian. We'll do video contact. As you can see, we are going over the video. If anybody this is Free for All Friday. So if anybody wants to come in and think we're misrepresenting Brian or whatever, he's the one that's making the video. We're just pointing out the hypocrisy and the contradictions that Brian's making, right? And the straw man that Brian's misrepresenting. Although he's claiming that we're the ones misrepresenting. Not saying what we're misrepresenting, but it seems like Brian's misrepresenting any argument that we've ever made, really. Because he's not.
Yeah, and he's free to come in himself, too, if he wants.
Here we go. This is what he's saying now.
It has become pointless. As you just had your time wasted. And anything you say will be undermined and misrepresented later. And you will be misrepresented as a person. So it makes it pointless trying to speak to them, right? They have beliefs. And this is some of their beliefs.
Oh.
And they believe that their water level...
Brian's talking about beliefs now, right? Now, for me, beliefs stop being beliefs when the knowing occurs. Then it turns into knowing. It's not a belief anymore. You know. You are certain. You have your own proof. Therefore, you know.
He's using strange language. Apparent logic now believes what he's talking about.
I don't know. He's setting up a straw man again. He's extending the straw man through repetition.
Argument is a solid argument. And I'm going to show how it's not. I think I've already shown it with my explanation, but I'll go on anyway. So here's some water level statements from these people. 1. Water levels are a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. I agree, right? My opinion and experience would suggest that water at rest will always find horizontal. So I don't disagree with it. I agree with it.
That statement, water levels are a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, comes at the end of the modus tollens. It's the statement that negates the Q statement, or the P statement, sorry. If the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. A water level, here, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Not Q. Not Q, therefore not P. So that's an argument that has been laid out using that one term. Right? That is part of a logical argument, a modus tollens. So well done, Brian. You agree with that one.
That water at rest will always strive to find horizontal. No problem there. That's what my opinion would be. Right? But that is my opinion.
See, it's only his opinion. He's never actually proved it for himself. He's never had to do that.
Is he saying it tries to be horizontal, but it doesn't always get to be horizontal? Is that what he's saying about water?
I don't know. It's only his opinion. He's never proved it for himself.
But sorry, but opinions are have nothing to do with proofs.
Uh-huh.
So they are at opposite sides.
That's obvious.
Opinion and proof.
Yeah,
So
so
this is
Brian's
complete-
saying he has no proof. It's only his opinion. He's never put himself through the process to work out whether level is a horizontal plane of reference or not. He's never attempted to do that, which is the difference between a belief and a knowing. Now, me and Spot On have actually done the test. We know. Brian hasn't. He doesn't know. He has a belief, an opinion. That's the difference. Plain to see. That's how I can make these statements. People may say, well, you know, Bev's just saying that. I know, I'm saying I've done it. You want to come and ask us what the test was, how we did it, the process that we went round it, going around it. 2 years in. We did the test 2 years ago. So, yeah, welcome to reality, Brian. You're letting everybody know that you have a belief, you have an opinion, whereas we can be slightly different. We can have a knowing. Other people can have that knowing.
And my experience with water, right? But number 2, water levels prove that level is horizontal. I do not agree.
Right, yeah, water levels don't prove that level is horizontal. You can formulate a test within the form of a syllogism to prove, to help you prove that level is horizontal. But just saying water levels prove that level is horizontal isn't a well-formulated statement at all. But again, who's he talking about? Who's ever said that? Has anybody ever heard anybody say that here? Just to make sure.
Definitely not.
It's not an argument that we make.
I think I might have heard Kevin say it a few times.
Thanks,
Hi,
John.
Kevin. How you doing, good buddy?
So as long as that statement's going, and he says water levels prove that level is horizontal. No. The proof is something for you to gain. So the water levels don't prove, but you can use a water level in the aid of a proof. It all depends on the words that you use. And like I say, you can do this. You can make tests to do it. But that involves a process that you personally have to go on to do the test for yourself. That's where the proof is gained. Not through a statement that Brian's logic is reading out on a YouTube video. Please don't mistake what Brian's saying here for an actual proof through a logical syllogism that is followed through to a practical realizing of a proof in reality. It's well worth getting for yourself. Not like this, though. Brian's straw man.
Right. My opinion is not a proof. As on the larger scale, water levels on their own, right, on their own, I must stress that, on their own, do not prove that level is horizontal. If celestial navigation elevation angles and or commercial air travel or similar are added to the claim that water levels prove that level is horizontal, then and only then can this claim be used as an argument.
Did you hear that? Stunned.
He said that the level itself doesn't prove that it's horizontal.
Yeah, but if celestial navigation elevation angles and or commercial air travel or similar are added to the claim that water levels prove that level is horizontal, then and only then can this claim be used as an argument, says Brian's logic.
For me, this is non sequitur, but still he admits that you need something else than an angle. Oh, sorry, water level.
Yeah, but he's put then and only then. It's like you have to add in celestial navigation elevation angles to the statement that a water level can prove that level is horizontal.
Yes, that's why I said that this is non sequitur.
Yeah, it's a conditional. He's saying you can use this, but only when you add something else into it. That's not how you form a logical proof, Brian, by putting a conditional of celestial navigation in with an argument about water levels. It's ridiculous. The water level is a tool that establishes an even altitude. Celestial navigation is about the lights in the fucking sky. Come on, get real. I know he's fighting for a cause, right? He's fighting for a 2-year-old argument that isn't an argument and never has been an argument about somebody doing magical things with an angle. Brian's now saying you have to add that angle to a water level to make the water level be able to prove anything. Okay.
I'm going to show what I mean. Like if you take a water level, let's just say, right? Here is 0.5 of a kilometer, right? Between these 2 points is 500 meters of water level. Let's just say, right? So let's just say there's little bodies of water all along here, right? And they all have the same. Everything has been done correctly with the pressure and the tubes and everything, right? And all of these water levels, right?
Which water level?
To me, making a horizontal, right? That's 0.5 kilometers, 500 meters of water level from G to...
Can anyone see the water level that he's talking about there? He's just got two lines.
He doesn't know what a water level tool is, seems to me.
Yeah, he's just got 2 green lines with H and G on it. Okay.
I think that he is talking about horizon. And
You reckon?
calls it
HG equals 0.5. Here's H and here's G. But these lines go upwards. So HG, I don't know, is that the blue bit or the white bit?
I would say that this blue bit is body of water.
Oh, right.
I think so.
Okay.
But I am not sure.
But it's not really HG, is it? There needs to be a line there to separate if he's talking geometrically. Maybe he's playing a little trick. That's why he's being a little bit vague. This is a very blue marble science. It looks like a blue marble science experiment. I think we might still be talking to Globe Brian here. I think. I sense a bit of trickery.
To H and from H back to G, right? But the problem is, water levels are not an optical tool.
The problem is, water levels are not optical tools. That's a problem.
Like I said, he doesn't know what a water level tool is or what it does.
That I would say that's why they solve problem with the sighting.
Yeah, it's not much of a problem, Brian. It's more of a thing. It's one of the best assets of a water level. You do not need a sight line. It's one of the best things about it. It's guaranteed to work without the sight line. Guaranteed.
You must pre-assume that over this 500 meter span, that you won't be able to tell optically any different, you must pre-assume that these water levels are, let's say the level of the water here is horizontal. You must pre-assume that the water at rest here is creating a horizontal.
What
No.
water level here? What's he talking
wrong.
about?
It's not. He's saying that surveyors are making assumptions. No, it is this principle of communicating vessel or communicating vessels.
Well, within the water level, right? I mean, if that's what he's talking about here, if he's talking about a water level, then he's talking about a water level. But is he talking about a horizontal that a surveyor's established, or is he talking about a water level, or is he talking about his fantasy about the horizontal line from H to G? Wait a minute, what exactly is he talking about? There's many different things here. He seems like he's all over the place.
So you have to beg the question. So you have to enter into a begging the question fallacy. Right? I don't like that. Why would you want
begging the question fallacy? Where? Who gets into a begging the question fallacy? You know who this sounds like? This definitely sounds like a group of people that I've been talking to on Twitter and text chat trolls. The ones that say it's a begging the question fallacy. What's a begging the question fallacy? Who knows? This argument.
I really don't know what he's talking about, but still I cannot see how water level establishing a horizontal line is begging the question. I just cannot cope with that.
Well,
it doesn't make any sense.
What it is, right? He's got it into his head within his strawman fallacy that he's made that somebody said a water level proves that level is horizontal. Right? Now, he's taken that straw man and now he's saying that that statement is a begging the question statement. You're stating that a water level proves that level is horizontal. So therefore, level is horizontal because a water is level, or a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. To him, and to the globe, the blue marble scientists, that is a begging the question fallacy. It stops them from needing to address the issue about any other proof that comes after that. Their cause is halted right there. They don't need to go any further into the establishment of how you prove that level is horizontal. And that's where we're at.
Still, I cannot see begging the question here, even in this fallacious kind of, let's say, argumentation.
Yeah.
There is no begging the question here.
It's a claim that the globers make, right? And it is. It's a blue marble scientist claim. But that Brian's taken it on. I'm just pointing out, right? There is no begging the question statement. There's nothing here except that Brian has listened to a group of people that have tried to use a non-argument as a method of stopping conversation about something.
Now he will bravely deal with that.
Yes. Like a glober, because it's full of holes, right? He's put so much vacuousy into all of his statements that it doesn't really mean anything anyway.
Want to do that? It doesn't prove anything. That begging the question fallacy does not prove anything. And the reason it doesn't prove anything is because I can come along as Ball or Brian, right? Globe or Brian, and I can beg the question, right? That no, on the small scale, that that the water levels are only creating an apparent horizontal, and because water levels are not an optical tool, right? Then I can claim that what's actually happening is all that water is equidistant from the center of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3959 miles. And even though I'm begging the question, you're begging the question that that there's 500 meters of a horizontal after being created is no stronger than my begging the question. So it's a begging the question fallacy versus a begging the question fallacy, and everything ends up in a draw. So water levels.
There you go. Do you like that? That's a globe argument, that is, as well. If I call your argument a begging the question fallacy, then I can just state something that is a begging the question fallacy, and we can say it's a begging the question fallacy off, and we'll just call it a draw. Brian's logic, ladies and gentlemen. And how's he going to do that? He's going to show you. He's been listening to the Globers.
Do not prove that level is horizontal. Right? To show this, you can see here, this looks to be totally horizontal. You could optically, even though you must remember, water levels are not an optical tool.
Can we pause for a second?
Right? So optical.
Go on.
So is this the proof that they need for the FED show that level is not horizontal? Shouldn't he be taking this to Nathan?
I think that's what he's doing. He's doing it with a begging the question fallacy. Yeah, I think he's building himself up. Brian's logic's getting ready to do a ranty, I think. This is how it starts. You start making arguments for the other side. Remember when Brenda, Rumpus and all of them did it? They were arguing for the flat earth. Well, this is a similar sort of thing. Keep watching if you've never seen this. It's genius.
Even from standing back, it looks like there's a horizontal after being made. But when we zoom out, you can see that the Earth that I showed here is a globe of radius 3959 miles.
That's a circle, Brian. That's a circle. He's gone full globe, all right. That's just everybody. What Brian's done there, as you can see here, he's got GeoGebra, right? This is a circle. This is a Euclidean geometry program that Brian has just used. Well done. It's a circle. It's just a circle. Typical globe argument, right? Genius. Brian can make any sort of argument he wants if he thinks it's a fucking argument, but it's not. It's just a circle, everyone. Hear all of that 5 or 10 minutes that Brian went on there with that straight line. Wasn't a straight line. Wasn't a straight line at all.
This is not his idea. This is very old. I remember like 3 years ago.
Oh, this is new. This is Brian catching up.
Red's rhetoric used that, and first time I think it was, let's say, discussion between Rumpus and the Sleeping Warrior when Rumpus was drawing this tangent line, and he was trying to convince the audience that this tangent line is you cannot distinguish between this tangent line and circle because they overlap, and if you zoom in many times you cannot distinguish. So this is the same trick. Why Brian's logic is doing that again?
Rumpus has done it. They've all done it. It's a typical geometric trick, but it's all, let everybody know, it's obviously a trick. That's a circle. It's a circle used within a Euclidean geometric program called GeoGebra. GeoGebra is a very good program for geometry. If you want to learn geometry, go to GeoGebra. You should get on it. It's one of the best programs. But Brian's just showed you there that trick that he just pulled. It's just a circle. Genius. Genius. It's a geometric argument that would never work here. This isn't a rebuttal to anything that we've ever done. Brian would be laughed off if he attempted that. And I think it's ridiculous that he's bringing it back up.
Very old and very stupid. This is nothing to do with logic, just old trick. And all know how it should end.
Yeah. Yeah, Red's rhetoric had to disappear. It's strange that Red's rhetoric's come back and he's brought this round. If it is a Red's rhetoric thing, I've noticed a lot of people saying that. Well done, Brian. Let's see where he goes from this. Let's see how he can, because he's just burned that Strawman. He's burned the shit out of it.
And I just showed 1/2 kilometre of water level. And you can't show any different. Sorry.
Yes, Brian. We can. We can show you an actual water level in reality. You've just used a mathematics program to draw a circle. We can actually do it in reality, Brian. There are real water levels, and we did 600 metres, the total of our test. Not 5, 6. And we didn't use a GeoGebra program at all. Strange that you have, though, Brian. Very strange. As a rebuttal. I don't know what it's a rebuttal to. It's definitely not a rebuttal to the realising Euclid test that we've done 2 years ago.
So if I zoom back into it, that's how small it is. It's hard to zoom into it. See? It looks horizontal, it appears horizontal, but on the larger scale.
You can hear the words. It looks horizontal, it appears horizontal. You can hear it in the words he's saying. It's not horizontal. What a shit argument.
On a globe.
It's embarrassing, Brian.
It would all be the same, optically. And the people who use this as an argument will state themselves that and exclaim themselves that the water level is not an optical tool. So optically, you can't tell any difference between.
The fact that a water level is not an optical tool to Brian is a hindrance because you can't use it optically. That's, again, Brian's logic. Very much similar to the group of people who say you have to be able to cite it. Dark Shark for the win. Listen up, people. Brian is making a big deal about the not having to cite a water level. That's a problem to Brian's logic.
Being globe or horizontal, curved or horizontal, you can't tell any different. So it's my begging the question as a baller versus your begging the question that it's horizontal. So I can beg the question that it's only horizontal on the appears to be horizontal on the small scale, whereas you're begging the question is that it is creating horizontal. You're begging the question. It's not a good argument. On its own, it means nothing. If you add in celestial navigation elevation angles, then you'll use, especially with a marine sextant, but you can use the bubble sextant as well, or the artificial sextant, because they all do the same thing, because they're all, but the marine sextant is best for this argument, because the marine sextant places the vertex of the angle onto the sea surface. So
listen to him. Telling you need to use a sextant within this argument. After just explaining that it's a begging the question. How can he add a sextant onto a begging the question fallacy? Like, what's he doing?
I think that would be the best way to get rid of this begging the question. If you don't use sextant, you are begging the question. But
Yeah.
if you use sextant, then you are not begging the question anymore.
And then you can have a proof
Brilliant.
that water levels are prove that level is horizontal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Wow. That's one of the best ways of getting rid of a begging the question fallacy. Just wave a sextant at it. There you go. Woohoo. Dispel that begging the question fallacy with a sextant. Back on track again.
It seems to be as good as Harry Potter's wand.
Yeah. Wow. This is the Flat Earth Debate superhero. Brian's Logic. And we're only halfway through.
So it uses sea level. So you're claiming that water levels prove that level is horizontal. Then sea level, right, will be a horizontal. So the celestial navigation elevation angles use sea level. With a marine sextant, they use sea level. That's what they do. They create a horizontal baseline along sea level. So if you're stating that water levels prove a horizontal, then you must agree that sea level is a horizontal, right? Now,
that's not a begging the question fallacy or anything, is it?
Can you rewind this?
Okay. Yeah, that was a good bit of logic. How long? About a minute, eh? There you go, 30 seconds.
So you're claiming that water levels prove that level is horizontal, then sea level, right, will be a horizontal. So the celestial navigation elevation angles use sea level. With a marine sextant, they use sea level. That's what they do. They create a horizontal baseline along sea level. So if you're stating that water levels prove a horizontal, then you must agree that sea level is a horizontal, right? Now, the sea will be moving, tides, waves, whatever, but there are small undulations on the bigger scale, right? It can be described as horizontal.
Is everybody clear? Sea level.
Yes, because sextant users are using sea level. Therefore, sea level has to be horizontal.
Yeah. That proves that level is horizontal.
Yeah,
right.
This is the only way.
Yeah.
How can you prove?
Yeah, not with water levels, the tool. No. Sextant, because sextant uses sea level. And I think we all have to agree that sea level is horizontal. That definitely not a begging the question fallacy, that one. Let that one go, right. That's not got anything to do with any sort of fallacy involved in that one. Trust him. It's Brian's Logic. This is the argument now, right? He's building he's smashed the shit out of that Strawman, so this is the good stuff now.
Otherwise, because if you couldn't describe it as horizontal, what's an horizon? Because there's waves and movements at the horizon, just we can't see them, that we don't notice them optically. So, if you want to talk about an argument using a water level, then you must go to the celestial navigation elevation angle using a marine sextant if you want.
Yeah, if you want to talk about an argument using the water level for level being horizontal, you've got to go to celestial navigation. You've got to look at the lights in the sky, haven't you?
This is crazy.
This is Brian's Logic.
What the hell?
Like, how would you have known? How would you ever know what the fuck's going on in all of this shit if this is where you start? Can you imagine somebody coming into this and going, hey, I've heard that there's this geometric argument going around, bit of logic. Let's have a go at that. Oh, should we have a look? Oh, Brian's Logic. He'll be the man. This'll be the guy that does the logic.
I would say that Brian has to have a word with surveyors because he has brilliant idea unknown to surveyors, and maybe they can improve their measurements.
Yeah.
By just using a sextant, you mean? Paper?
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of
I mean, who knew?
level,
It's a good
water.
point. It's a good point, Paper.
Yeah, you can't prove that an auto level or a water level is horizontal without a sextant there at the side of them, especially a bubble sextant or a marine sextant. I've heard they're the best. Brian, we aren't talking about a celestial navigation argument. We don't give a shit about the lights in the sky. Proving level to be horizontal is a process that can be done here, where we live. We can do it. We don't need to involve lights in the sky or any imaginary spherical objects anywhere. It's not needed. But hey, this is you, Brian. We'll carry on.
This is running after sunk cost is what this is. There's a concept in business. It's sunk cost. Once somebody has sunk so much cost in, no matter how it's proven that that what they've done is faulty, it doesn't matter. They have to lean into it because too much time is invested, too much heart is invested, too many tears have been invested, and they can't get away from this celestial navigation argument. They can't. Look at this. Look at what Brian's doing.
This is genius, though, right? In the idea of all of this, getting people to expose themselves, this is ideal. Brian's made this video. He's doing this. Everyone can go and watch this. You can go over it yourselves. I can guarantee that some of the globe fanatics, blue marble scientists, will be loving this. Brian's turned, it seems. Showing them all of their best arguments, and these are arguments to the blue marble scientists. Brian's helping them out with all of this.
Claim. Or commercial air travel. Because the commercial air travel just hold an altitude above the surface below. And they don't, commercial air travel or any air travel does not account for the curvature of any globe. They fly horizontal distances. Commercial air travel especially holds a horizontal for hours at a time.
One of the best geometry things for the blue marble scientists is the airplane. They can do triangles with airplanes. They do all sorts of stuff with airplanes. So strange that Brian's logic has gone to the lights in the sky and airplane geometry. Something that nobody ever does. Strange that that's where Brian's at, though.
And can travel thousands of miles in a horizontal. So if you want to support that water levels are proving that level is horizontal, then you must go to celestial navigation or air travel or similar.
Saying it again, you must. Like, what's up with him? I hope everybody's hearing this. Brian's telling you what you must do if you want to be involved in this. Now, we've been in here and we've had this get on board statement from Brian's logic before. It was at the start of the celestial navigation. You have to get on board. You must do this. Well, no, Brian, we don't. We don't have to do anything like that. And nobody else does either. It's a really shit argument. To add in a measurement to the lights in the sky angularly to anything is ridiculous.
Right? You can't just use 500 meters of a water level because you're proving F all. You're proving nothing. It's not proving anything.
500 meters, he says. There was 400 meters. There was a logical syllogism. There was a geometric proof to go along with it. And there was a practical test that occurred to validate all of it. And anyone else can do it also.
But you failed because you didn't use sextant. Sorry.
Well, yeah. And we didn't cite it. The one group of people said that we didn't look from one end to the other. And Brian's logic said we didn't use a sextant. Neither of these groups of people have ever come to test this test. They've never come to ask us any questions about the geometric principles involved in it and what predictions they would make and how they would make the predictions for this test.
So it's a pointless argument because it's not really an argument at all.
It's not really
because
an
after
argument.
500 meters, what have you got? How big of a water level can you make? And it doesn't matter how big you make because it's not an optical tool anyway.
Are you hearing him?
He's mental.
Yes,
So-
he's pushing some ideology here with this zealotry, because this is complete nonsense. He just said that you cannot test anything without sextant. Just without sextant, you are proofless.
I know
have-
Brian won't come and talk to us, but is he trying to say that you have to have an optical tool to be able to establish a horizontal plane of reference? Is that what he's actually saying?
I think so.
Or am I mishearing him?
No, I heard he said you lay out a water level, it doesn't matter how long it is, then you look at the lights in the sky.
With a sextant.
That's
My
the only way
God.
to prove anything about the water level.
Yeah, you were right the first time, Saragaki. Mental.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's lost it. I don't know why he's doing this, but again, in order for people to understand exactly what's going on, all you have to do is listen to Brian's logic. And there's a lot of people within this arena that like what Brian's saying now, because it confuses the issue of the argument. Very simple arguments that can be made. And Brian's allowing obfuscation of that very simple argument, the advanced simplicity that's gone on, that we've been going through to hopefully teach people and let people see what's going on. Brian's exposing it, but it depends whether you can see it or not. You might not be able to see what Brian's talking about. You might not be able to see the play that Brian's making. The Brian's trying to formulate something and keep it alive in his imagination. It's actual argumentation's coming next year. And it's going to really upset people like Brian. And we're not meaning to attack Brian. We don't mean to have a go at Brian. But Brian's talking shit here, just blatantly. And it's just trying to confuse people. Or if he's not trying to confuse people, he's just showing his confusion to everyone. Whether you can see it or not is up to you.
You have to pre-assume that water level is creating an absolute horizontal, right? But as a baller, I could pre-assume that it's making an apparent horizontal on the small and local scale. So, two more things and then one more thing to say at the end. Other statements made by similar people. The same group of people, right? I've heard these statements from them. Flat planes do not exist. I do not agree.
Flat planes do not exist. Does anyone want to take that one on? It's statements made by a certain group of people.
Flat's not a orientation. I could say that.
Mm-hmm. A plane is geometric. So a plane is a plane. A flat plane is something where somebody's added a non-needed term in front of a geometric term. A plane. Planes don't exist because they're two-dimensional. It's a geometric term. Now, a flat plane is a nonsensical statement. What is it you're talking about? if you're talking about something being flat, you have to be able to point at it and go, there you go, that's flat. And it's a visual surface condition. But you have to be able to do that. So I don't know what he's talking about. Flat planes do not exist.
I have a question, Bev.
Go on.
Flat plane. So would you consider to be a tautology flat plane?
A tautology?
A plane. Yeah.
No, I would say flat is a term that is used in reality about a thing. A plane is used geometrically to describe a two-dimensional surface, a two-dimensional thing.
I would name it. There is something like it is called soletism. So, for example, that Mr. Brown is very much married. So it is true, but it doesn't sound good because it doesn't belong really. So it is called soletism. That you are using a wrong description, which is not contradictory, but it doesn't just belong to that really. So, this is stylistic error, like stylistic error. When you are just saying something or writing something, you can make a stylistic error. So that would be that. It doesn't sound really good and logical.
See, Bev, right? I'm actually trying to have a grasp on the distinction between flat and plane. Flat, you said, is something that you must point to in reality, right? And whereas plane is a geometric term, right, referring to a two-dimensional surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
So flat. Flatness.
You would say, I would say, look, I have a whiteboard there. I have a window.
Okay.
Right? And I can say definitely that the window is flat. The whiteboard is flat. Right? Now, would I say the whiteboard is a flat plane?
Oh, no.
I wouldn't need to, would I?
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah.
So I could say the whiteboard is flat and does exist.
Okay. I understand now. Okay.
Whereas Brian
I get it,
got
actually.
mixed up
Yeah.
by saying flat planes do not exist. Well, flat things do exist. Otherwise, there would be no need for the signifier flat. But when you mix that flat with a geometric term of two dimensionals, then a two-dimensional thing cannot exist, can it? That's the way I'd look at it.
Is that kind of like saying a round circle?
Well, yeah, in a way, because I've heard people saying this, because what that conjures up, flat plane, gives you the idea that there is a different sort of plane.
Right.
You can conjure up a non-flat plane because there's no need for flat. But if somebody's putting flat there, then people can be allowed to think that there could be another signifier that goes there in front of it.
Very true.
So, yeah, I think that's used. The word flat in front of plane is used to confuse people once more. Strange that Brian's brought it up as part of his argument.
Okay. So,
Horizon is where we reference horizontal from, as all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and all horizontals are flat, which by proxy makes the plane of the horizon.
All horizontals are flat.
Oh my gosh.
Now that, again, I wouldn't say that. If a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, is it flat? Is the horizontal produced by a water level flat?
I would say that Brian's logic is just repeating what QE is saying for a long time. He is using this expression, let's say, flat level and flat. I'm not sure about flat plane, but he is equivocating flat and level. For
Yeah,
sure.
I see.
Many
Flat
times
plane, flat level. It's like a tautology. It's like sort of you try to stick to similar terms, which basically they have two different meaning. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like you're trying to give rise to a different terminology, flat plane, when there are two terms, flat plane. Fly is different, plane is different, flat level is different, fly is different. Do you know what I mean? No, it's
yeah, flat exists
like
in
they're
reality. A plane is geometric and two-dimensional, therefore not existing in reality.
There's this almost I don't know if psychopathic's probably not the right word, but certainly desperate desire to hold on to that word in a wrong context,
And
which is what makes me think flat Earth society, right? That's what makes me think that. So I'm sorry, Brian. I don't want to use those words in regard to you or anybody else at Flat Earth Debate. But quite honestly, this psychopathic desire to hold on to that word in this particular context that has nothing to do with it is smacks of it. I'm sorry.
Yep. He's just stated all horizontals are flat. But all this is, what Brian's doing here is word association. He's repetitively saying things, hoping that they'll just stick in your head. It's what you want to hear. It's not.
Yes, and he's not alone. Also, I heard many times 10th man repeating every time that celestial navigation proves flat Earth.
Yeah.
Thousands of times, like programming. Of course, it doesn't, but he is repeating this all the time.
Yeah, and it's gone into some people's heads, obviously. It has actually sunk in.
Yeah, it's
It's done exactly what it's meant to.
Yeah, when on China, it's like when they were also talking about flat geometry, globe geometry. What does that even mean?
Nothing. Doesn't mean anything. And Brian's gonna show you now how to confuse
a flat plane. So if flat planes do not exist, you're claiming that the horizon does not exist, which means horizontal does not exist.
The horizon is an apparent position, Brian. It doesn't exist. It is an apparent position of which all horizontals are parallel to. It's a really weird word association game that Brian's trying to play here through a fantasy logical game. This is called fantasy logic argumentation. Brian's just doing what the blue marble scientists do. This is no different. This is unbelievable, really. That nobody's actually come and got to the base simplicity of the understanding of geometry. It would really help, and it will help everyone to come to the base of this stuff. There's going to be a lot of eyes opened. We can go places with this.
Because you have nothing to reference it to. So to say the flat planes do not exist is completely incorrect, because that means that the plane of the horizon does not exist.
Like, look.
That sounded like a logical reasoning process.
Yeah.
But based on a flat plane that doesn't exist. He says
this is non sequitur anyway.
Yeah, that's where I was heading.
But he's wrapped it up in some sort of a logical form that he's derived, right? This is a paralogism.
Yeah, that is the witnessing of a real life formulation of a paralogism, exactly.
Yeah. through a non sequitur, right? Something that doesn't follow from each other. Yet Brian has realised some sort of proof that he's got that you need one to have the other. It's a non sequitur. I like going over this, but it's a shame that this man has called himself Brian's Logic. And he's just shown that there is no logic. None at all.
Yeah, he's a pseudo-logician.
You can't just call yourself Logic and then assume that you can get away with blatant fallacies, handing them out to people.
So, yeah, pseudo-logic.
Because horizontal and flat are synonymous. Flat, horizontal is always flat. You know, they're synonymous with each other. You can look up the definitions. So to say that the
horizontal flat again,
yeah,
complete
they're synonymous,
nonsense.
But vertical's flat as well, isn't it? A vertical plane is flat. Just as a horizontal plane is flat, just as any depiction of a plane will be flat in reality, because flat is a thing that exists in reality, but it's not an orientation. It's the main thing. Brian seems to be switching it to adjust the orientation, which is very strange. That's QE. I've had a discussion about it. I didn't actually think that flat earthers did this, but Brian's doing it as well.
that flat planes do not exist is completely false, as the horizon is a flat plane. So that's a false statement.
The horizon is an apparent position, not a flat plane.
I have to give you a word of warning here, Bev.
Yeah.
Brian likes his coughing. You keep doing it much more and you'll get in the habit and you'll be stuck.
I am just pointing out that it's a bit of a tell with Brian. You can tell when he's doing it.
It's awful.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the sort of guy you'd want to play poker with, right? You keep him talking and listen for his coughs.
2, flat is two-dimensional. Now, this is going to be controversial, right? And I don't think any of these people will actually address any of this. But
he doesn't think any of these people will actually address any of this. I don't know who he's talking about. But, yeah, maybe they won't.
I'll put it out there anyway. I do not agree, right? Now, this is going to be controversial, right? Until my explanation is read. Why I don't agree that flat is two-dimensional. If I draw...
Flat is in reality. Two-dimensional is a geometric plane. There's no two-dimensional geometric planes existing in reality. Therefore, flat has to exist in reality. Therefore, is 3D. However much of a form of movement or whatever, since 2D doesn't exist in reality, I'd say. But I mean, I don't want to let Brian. Come on,
a triangle on a piece of A4 paper while it is placed on a kitchen table, then not only will the triangle be described as flat, but by proxy, so will the paper it's drawn onto and the kitchen table also. Flat is only...
Did you get that? Get that? That was a... Do you want to hear it again? I think it's quite good. It's one of his best ones.
My explanation is read. Why I don't agree that flat is two-dimensional. If I draw a triangle on a piece of A4 paper while it is placed on a kitchen table, then not only will the triangle be described as flat, but by proxy, so will the paper it's drawn onto and the kitchen table also. Flat is only descriptive and not a geometric term. So I can buy a paper map with XY coordinates on it, and it can only be described as flat. But just like the piece of paper and the kitchen table, at the microscopic level, there will be undulations. But we still can't describe the triangle as being anything but flat, as flat described.
Did you hear that?
Can I tell Brian right now, the word flat doesn't occur once within Euclid's Elements, which is the elements of geometry. And you're in a geometric argument using the word flat. It's absolutely ridiculous, Brian. Stop it.
He says flat is only descriptive and not a geometric term. So I can buy a paper
but
and map
he's
and all
using it all the time. All the
But
time.
he says here, look, I'm not going to point out too many of Brian's hypocrisies, his contradictions. But there he says, flat is only descriptive and not a geometric term. The next paragraph says, but we still can't describe the triangle as being anything but flat. Yes, we can just describe a triangle as a triangle. We don't need to describe it as flat. A triangle is a triangle, Brian. Fucking useless. Flat's not geometric. And a triangle is geometric. So why would we have to describe something that is geometric as something that isn't geometric? Wake up, Brian. Wake up, flat earthers. This guy's taking you down a fool's path. Holy shit. What's he doing? Oh, carry on. Go on, Brian.
Something that appears two-dimensional and appears smooth to the touch, but in fact is not two-dimensional or smooth at the microscopic level. Flat does exist in reality, but only as a description or aspect, and not as a geometric claim, as flat is not part of geometry, as flat is not a shape.
Don't listen to what he's saying. He's got here, flat does not exist in reality. What?
He's saying flat is not a shape. Okay, I agree, but still, flat does exist in reality.
Yeah, it definitely does. It has to. There's a word, flat. It's a descriptive word. So when you point at it and say that's flat, that looks flat. It does. Unless you're talking to a ball. You're pointing at a ball and goes, that looks flat. Well, that would be a pretty bad description of flat. But he says here, but we still can't describe the triangle as being anything but flat.
What does flat have to do with the triangle?
I don't know, but he's going back here now to say that flat does exist in reality, but only as a description or aspect and not as a geometric claim. But he's just said we can't describe a triangle as anything other than this, not geometric. I don't know if people really need to be so confused about geometry as to have somebody who's trying to inject a word that doesn't belong there into a conversation about something that is geometric. I may sound like I'm getting a bit angry or whatever. I'm not. I'm just passionate about this. Brian's trying to confuse people with no need.
I think he's confused himself here.
But he's making videos. He's addressing these videos towards a group of people, namely you people here. And he's actually contradicting himself within the words of his own fucking piece of paper. His whatever it is. His manifesto that he's wrote out. He's obviously took a lot of time He's underlined things. It's very QE like. To me, this. It's like he's learned.
Why he's using these capital letters all the time? I cannot get that.
To make points, isn't it? Big, bold, red letters.
Surprised they're not italicized as well.
There is no such thing as a flat in geometry. We describe the horizon as flat.
There is no such thing as flat in geometry, Brian. At all. You guys describe a lot of things with that word. Me personally, I don't use it in any argument. Ever. I don't use it. I don't use it in daily life. I don't use it at all. There's no need to use that word. Ever. As far as I'm concerned.
I use it to describe my first wife, Bev.
I wouldn't do that.
So you can't claim that flat is two-dimensional and then describe the horizon or a piece of paper or a countertop or a piece of steel girder or whatever as flat. You can't describe anything as flat if you're claiming flat is two-dimensional. You can't.
Nobody's claimed that flat is two-dimensional. He must be talking about a different group of people here. Because I know we've had these discussions within this server. And everybody in this server definitely understands that two-dimensional is a geometric term for a plane. No need to use that word.
Can't describe an XY two-dimensional, what they would call a two-dimensional Cartesian coordinates map as flat. You can only describe it that way. You can't prove.
I can say that all maps are flat because that's what a map is. They're flat. All maps are definitely flat, especially all to-scale maps. They're definitely flat. They have to be flat in order to be to-scale.
Prove that it's flat. You can only describe it. As flat is only a description. It's not a geometric term. You're not making a geometric claim. As I said, there is no flat in geometry.
No, it's not a geometric claim, but it is a statement of truth when you say all maps are flat. That is something that you could definitely say as confidence. With confidence.
That was a great point that you just made, Bev, that maps have to be flat, especially if they're to scale. That's really a profound statement, actually. In my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the actual meaningful things that you can state. And unless you start going around saying that everything's flat and you sort of really confuse the shit out of everybody, then it doesn't really have the same meaning, does it?
No.
And there are geometric proofs within statements like that go along with that statement that all maps are flat. You can back the words up. You can back the statement up with syllogisms and proofs to back it up.
It's purely, you can say the triangle has the aspect of flat, but you can't claim
You can say that a triangle has the aspect of flat. Why would you do that, for fuck's sake?
It makes zero sense. It's a two-dimensional. It's described and defined within the elements of geometry. That's where we get triangles from. He's now just describing attributes to triangles, which they just do not have. Why is he doing that? Because he's a sophist at this point.
You can create something that's triangular shaped and it doesn't have to be flat. It still can have the outline or the border of a triangle. I don't know why they're trying to inject that word into everything like that.
I think they have to. It's part of their narrative, right? That they have to do it. Flat Earth society, obviously.
You can only describe the triangle as flat, as you can't describe it as anything else. The triangle you draw on a piece of paper can't be described as anything else but flat. But because anything other than that would have to make it what they call in geometry a solid shape. But it's not a solid shape, right? It can only be described as flat, but flat is only a description. As at the microscopic level, that paper, the piece of paper or the map or whatever, will have undulations, just like the world we live in. Flat doesn't describe a shape, it's describing shapeless in a lot of ways. That's what it does. So I can describe the Earth as flat simply because I can't find any curvature or shape to it.
What? Really? He can describe it as being flat because he can't find any shape to it. But you can see an elevation change, right? That's obvious for anybody to be able to see. That has shape, doesn't it? Very strange. And I know everybody knows what he's talking about, right? But is he really talking about flat? Is he really being able to not see mountains and valleys and any elevation changes or any curvature up hills, down dale? What is it he's saying? Who knows?
It might have undulations, but if I could see the whole Earth from up high above, without any, if I could view all of the Earth, I wouldn't notice.
You can't. You just can't.
The undulations, because it would be so big that even something like Mount Everest wouldn't even stand out. So to me, the Earth could be described as flat. Just like the piece of paper can be described as flat, or the triangle that's on the piece of paper can be described as flat, or the XY map can be described as flat.
You should never, ever describe a triangle as flat. It sounds ridiculous.
But in reality, there is undulations. But that doesn't mean that to call it flat is incorrect, because flat is only a description, an aspect. It is not a geometric claim. So
listen to the desperation of that word, holding on to that word.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody knows what a two-dimensional shape is, right? And everybody knows already that that means 2D, two-dimensional. It's a plane. And everybody knows, whenever you say, you know what the two-dimensional shapes are. That's right. Circle, triangle, square. Everybody knows these shapes. They're very simple shapes. And they're 2D. There's no need to inject anything else in. You should never do it even to a child. I don't know why you want to be doing it to adults. Sound like a little bit ridiculous.
Anyone who's saying that flat is two-dimensional, or that flat, to say that the Earth is flat is wrong. No, they're wrong, because they don't understand flat. They're wrong because they don't understand flat.
They're wrong because they don't understand flat. Well, that's Brian's logic for you. Confused state of mind. Telling you you're wrong.
That's what's wrong. Not that someone who's saying the Earth is flat is wrong, because you're not claiming a shape to the Earth. You're not claiming it's two-dimensional. You're claiming it has the appearance of two dimensions. It has the appearance of being that way, right?
You're claiming it has the appearance of 2D. When everybody knows 2D doesn't exist and there is no appearance of 2D. I hope everybody understands that.
Flat exists, a 2D plane does not. In reality.
Yeah, my whiteboard is a flat whiteboard. It's not 2D. The surface of it isn't 2D. The concept that you use when you draw the figures on the whiteboard could be as similar as a 2D geometric figure. But it's not. Everything in reality is 3D. Flat exists in reality. 2D does not.
When you're up high, you can say as a whole. I'm not talking about when you're standing next to a mountain. We're only small little things next to a mountain. But the mountain is very tiny if you take in the size of that mountain within the full scale of the whole earth. We don't even...
Scale. Brian does scale. Always be prepared for the scale argument from the blue marble scientists. Oh, wait a minute, this is Brian. Never mind.
You know how big it is. So you describing the earth as flat is totally fine. Don't feel guilty about describing the earth as flat. Don't leave anyone try and bully you, because all of these people are bullies. They're online bullies. And that's what you try to do to people.
Nobody has ever been bullied by anybody telling them about it not being flat. Don't worry about it, people. It's not to be bullied unless you want to really snowflake up and get really offended at it. Say, oh, that's bullying. Are you saying it's not flat? That's bullying.
I think he comes from the side with some of the biggest bullies.
Strong. It's a strong argument, though, isn't it? Don't feel intimidated. Don't feel bullied by people when they say to you the Earth's not flat. Yeah, don't feel bullied by anybody. If anybody says that the Earth's not flat, don't feel like you're there bullying you. They might just be telling you something about reality, right? Who knows?
I'm not bothered about them. But they do try and bully people into their beliefs and their ways of thinking, which are incorrect. As I've just shown here, their main argument is water level, and it's not an argument. It proves F all. You can't prove anything with a water level. It's not even an optical tool. Even if you made one that was 50 kilometers long, it's still not an optical tool. You have to pre-assume. You must beg the question.
Why is Brian fixed about it not being an optical tool? Like, what has that got to do with the water level?
That's the most beautiful part of the water level, is it's not an optical tool.
Yeah, purely geometric, right?
Yes.
Absolutely 100% geometric within what a water level does. That's the thing that you go to in order to have a standard in reality. What do you imagine that standard is? Brian's imagined that you cannot tell what it is. Flat Earth Society. Definitely Flat Earth Society. If something exists in reality, then you can prove something. Because you can point at it and predicate upon it. And when you're dealing with reality geometry, you can realize Euclid into proofs in reality. Welcome 2023. It's gonna be a good year.
Question that it's creating a horizontal. You don't know. On the bigger scale, you don't know. That's the problem. You can't prove it on the bigger scale.
I do know.
I agree it's creating a horizontal.
I do
but
know.
I would have to use commercial air travel, celestial navigation.
How many more people do you think we can have that can state that? I do know. Because Brian says you can't. You know, live in a world of confusion like Brian, or do you want to know something for yourself?
Elevation angles, something like that, along with the water level argument, to make an argument out of it. How could I argue or prove to someone that 500-meter water level proves that level is horizontal? I couldn't, because they can turn around and say to me, well, it might only appear to be horizontal on the small scale. And what do I do then?
That's a brilliant rebuttal, Brian. You can tell you've been in with the best debate squad that there is. If you can be put off by such a clever argument by somebody like that, well, that just appears that it is, right? Oh, Brian's like, oh, what? You've just ruined my argument. Strength of the arguments of Brian's logic. Obviously, no logic employed at all.
My begging the question fallacy versus their begging the question fallacy. So the whole lot ends up at a draw. So it's not a winning argument, is it? If it's a draw all the time, it's not a winning argument. So that's kind of the end of that. Don't really have much else to say, other than rather than addressing these things, and the people involved will probably say that I was sent to do this by Nathan Oakley or Quantum Eraser or some other nonsense. Anything but addressing these things.
I think you could quite safely say that we have addressed this, Ryan. I've not said anything really about who sent you over here to do it, because you've just made a video, Brian. And I think it's really strange that you've added that somebody might have told you to do it. I did say that this looks like a QE type presentation, but I mean, nobody said that that QE told Brian to do it, or Nathan, for that matter.
They will probably just focus on flat is two-dimensional, and me saying I do not agree. They probably won't focus on these other.
No. Flat isn't two-dimensional. That's a plane you're thinking of, Brian.
Parts, the explanation underneath. You know, they won't focus. The flat planes do not exist. I do not agree. They probably won't focus on any of that. They might just completely ignore the whole video. But it's not for them, because I don't expect to change their mind on anything. I don't expect their beliefs to change, because that's what they have, a lot of beliefs. I don't expect them.
No, I have a lot of knowledge on this particular issue. I don't think anybody else has ever studied this as much as we have here in this Discord server. I don't think ever there has been as many conversations around the water level and the geometric principles of reality anywhere more than in this server. I challenge anybody, if there is anybody, then let's have a chat. I'm sure that'd be fascinating for us to get together and talk to somebody else who's gone over level being horizontal geometrically and realizing Euclid into reality. I hope there's going to be loads.
Them to learn what they're right, what are wrong. Some of them will never learn maybe what are wrong, or if they do, what I've noticed is when they're proven wrong and they don't admit it.
Has anyone been proven wrong? If you just come
up... That sounds like projection, Brian, when he was literally proven wrong when he was over here showing off his geometric approach to whatever he was trying to do. He was proven wrong, literally, and he did not admit it or even want to address it. So that sounds like projection to me.
Mm-hmm. Possibly. Who knows who he's talking about? It's been a bit vague.
Do you know what I mean? So there's a lack of humility there. So why go and talk to people who are not honest? Why would you do that?
I wouldn't. You'd be exposed.
Talking to these people. I'm done talking with them. I've gone and spoken with these people. You all know who they are. Not naming any names. They've made it completely pointless speaking with them. They're narrow-minded. They don't understand a lot of things, and they make a lot of shit.
This is Brian making a video about not coming round and talking to people. It's very nice of him. I quite like Brian. Brian's logic, ladies and gentlemen. He's one of the flat earth debate superheroes. Full of all of the best arguments that you can ever find. There'll be some in there somewhere if you look hard enough. Maybe you might have to ask him.
Stupid claims, and they contradict their own claims and their own statements without even realising it within the same paragraph sometimes. I'm not perfect.
Brian, please show us where the contradictions are. I don't really like saying contradictions, and if they're within the same paragraph, particularly, you should be able to just take a screenshot, circle the bit that contradicts itself, and let us know. Please don't just talk shit about something and then never back it up like a farmer's boy. Please don't do that. Let's see the proof of the contradiction. I mean, we can point at a few that you've made in this video. I'm pretty sure we have. Let us know where we're contradicting ourselves. We sort of strive on rooting out those fallacies and the contradictions. Good job that you're getting involved in it, Brian. Let us know.
Flat Earth debates is not perfect, but we at least try to be correct. And these people tend to have an attitude issue. They tend to be arrogant. They are demeaning of other people. They try and bully people and attack people for saying the earth is flat without even addressing what flat is.
We've never attacked anybody for saying the earth is flat. He must be talking about somebody else. He must be imagining.
Did he say bullying people?
Yes.
Oh my God, you're such a snowflake, Brian.
He might not be talking. Really? He might not be talking about us. He might have just swapped it over to somebody else. He could be talking about.
I'll take a lot of stuff, but bullying? I don't accept that, Brian. Not bullying. I mean, come on, man. Grow a pair.
You know, they do stupid stuff like that, and they think they have winning arguments that when their arguments would only end up in a draw with any ball believer worth their salt. I'm a flat earther, and I have no bother calling myself a flat earther. And I could be a ball earther and take that same water level argument, and I could show how they couldn't. I wouldn't be able to win against it, but they couldn't beat me with it as a baller.
Wow. If he is talking about us, I accept your challenge, Brian. I really do. Bring it on. In fact, maybe not even me. Anybody else want to have a go at taking Brian on?
I'll take him on. Let him be a baller and use water as an argument. Come on, Brian. Let's do it.
Well done.
Come with water and come and bring an argument. I'd love to see that.
Could you play that last bit, just the last 15 seconds?
There we go.
Earther, and I have no bother calling myself a flat earther. And I could be a ball earther and take that same water level argument, and I could show how they couldn't. I wouldn't be able to win against it, but they couldn't beat me with it as a baller. So if you can't beat the baller, if you can only get,
go on.
That's good.
Yeah.
Can anybody? I mean, right there. If anybody can spot the contradiction, you're well ahead of the curve.
Brian contradicting himself.
That was 15 seconds of just pure contradiction.
Do you want to hear it again, everyone?
From Brian the baller or Brian the flat earther?
Just listen to it.
It says he's a flat earther, right? Brian the flat earther.
And I have no bother calling myself a flat earther. And I could be a ball earther and take that same water level argument, and I could show how they couldn't. I wouldn't be able to win against it, but they couldn't beat me with it as a baller. So if you can't beat the baller, if you can only get which are two best.
What are you supposed to take from that? The person listening to that, what are you supposed to take from that?
How does that even make any sense?
Exactly.
That's Brian. Brian's logic.
Exactly.
The Flat Earth Society member saying that he could be a baller and it would be a draw.
Try it out. Try out your craft. Come over here and be the baller, and we'll talk about water. You'll take the baller position. See how that works out for you.
In fact, come with some ballers to help you.
Yeah.
Is he saying
I've
unless
had this conversation many times.
Go on.
Yeah, is he saying unless you accept the sexton argument?
Ooh.
Is that what he would claim? But that could beat anything. The sexton argument.
Well, you add a sexton onto any other argument, and it doubles the power of the.
Or maybe it was QE's faulty modus tollens. Maybe that.
Yeah, it's like a power card, isn't it? You can triple the strength of any argument by playing the sextant, the bubble sextant, the bubble marine sextant card.
But I said this ages ago when it first came around. The sextant thing, like how accurate is it?
Not very.
The argument, well, the proofs that we have around here, the things that you can use practically, the tools, how accurate are they? I would say very
as accurate as you could possibly get.
The
most accurate.
I would say that's enough said, but carry on.
You're bullying. Stop bullying. that sounded like bullying to me. I mean, come on. Bullying? I mean, that kind of gets my goat a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I would have to make a point with Buster here as well, right? The arguments that we bring are the most precise arguments, but not only with that, the tools that can be employed to back up our arguments are the most accurate tools you could possibly get also.
That was my exactly. Well put.
So yeah, this is going to be a good year. And like Brian says there, he's willing to test his argumentation. Even Baller Brian. It's obvious that he's got a pretty shit weak Flat Earth Brian argument. Because if he thinks this weak ass fucking Baller Brian argument can equal a draw, then yeah, Brian's got no proofs at all. Brian's been living with nothing. He's been surviving with no arguments and no proofs. This is going to be one of the best years for proof. We're going to Gem Pandas tomorrow. Road trip to finish off the year of proof. But this next year, this is when we start. It's about to get good.
Did I miss it? Did Brian define level? Somewhere prior here?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
So how can we know what he's talking about?
You imagine it. They leave vacuous statements there so you can imagine something. That way, when he says afterwards, no, that's not what he meant and you didn't understand it, that's what he'll mean. The fact that you didn't understand his vacuous statement as to meaning something that he'll come back with at a later point.
It seems like he's implying that level and horizontal are two different things.
You can't tell whether it's Baller Brian or Flat Earth Brian.
Yeah,
you may as well just call him Flat Earth Society Brian. And that'd just sort of sort it out. You definitely know what he's trying to do then.
So let's get this straight now, bullying. We go on a show. We ask a couple of questions. We get muted. We get yelled at, called all kinds of names, are not allowed to get our point across. And we're the bullies? When you came here, you spoke. You talked. Nobody bullied you. Nobody muted you. So, yeah, I think you should look in the mirror, Brian.
point out his fallacy within his argumentation when he did come round, whether he deems that as bullying. It's a bit hard to tell.
If
It's
this
just
was
questions.
This was a place that bullies, I wouldn't be here. That's why I left Nathan's years ago. I just couldn't take that crap.
Trust me, I've been fighting bullies all my life. I kind of take that as an insult, as a personal insult, really.
What?
That being called a bully.
Oh yeah. Oh, I hear what you're saying, SE, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Godzilla says, and he's got it fucking spot on here, right? He says, the deception will grow deeper still. My only prediction from my perspective, as people get closer to the truth. Well, yeah, that's dead right. But that's what we've been doing. Right. We've been simplifying an argument, and we've made it that simple now, that it is pretty obvious. Once the reasoning process takes hold within an argumentation form, and it's so clear because we've simplified the argument down to its first principles. That's why all of these reactions are happening now. This deception, this hiding, veiling of things, just trying to confuse everybody. It's already happening.
You don't need the lights in the sky. Lights in the sky do not prove anything, cannot prove anything, will not prove anything.
Yeah, we said that. That was one of the things that drove me in spot on at the very beginning. Was that if you want to do anything to show level being horizontal, the only thing that you can use is something in reality. Something physical with a physical property, and you have to have a way of being able to link that physical property to a proof-giving system. That's the only way you can ever gain a proof in reality. And luckily enough, Logos came around, showed us every step of the way. Logic was there to guide us through the simplicity of everything. And it's not difficult. It's right there for everybody to see. Fair enough, there's not going to be that many people that are actually involved and want to get involved in this proof thing, because it's so real. This is about as real as it ever gets and it ever will get. This particular argument right here. And it's not flat earth argument. It's not a globe earth argument. It's an argument from reality. So drop the model and come and live in reality with us. Oh, hey. Fantastic place to be.
Arguments which are water levels and parallel, sorry, that level is horizontal and water levels is that's because level is horizontal is an axiom. And water level is supposed to support and prove that. Then what happens after 500 meters? It's not even an optic.
Level is horizontal isn't an axiom. I've never seen it anywhere in any axiom within any axiomatic system. Unless you can show us where that is, Brian, that'd be a good one. Show us where level is horizontal is an axiom, please. That's a really shit argument, isn't it? That's a bad argument. After he's just said that a water level can't prove that level is horizontal, but now level is horizontal is an axiom. Spotted another contradiction, have we? Maybe.
Too. So it's not proving anything. It's only I can even though I agree that it's creating a horizontal, I don't agree for a moment that it's an apparent horizontal or appears to be horizontal or a local horizontal. I don't agree with any of that. But that doesn't mean someone who's a globe believer can't come along and say that and completely ruin your argument, stop you in your tracks, and you're left with what? What are you left with? 500 meters of a water level that doesn't prove anything. You know, you might be able to lay concrete with it, but there's such little curvature within 500 meters if you're talking about a globe Earth. It won't mean anything.
Can I ask a question, Bev?
You know, and who cares if you make a flat
Why
plane
is-
on a spherical surface?
Why is Brian so worried about what a glober is going to think?
Don't know.
Any ideas?
Anyone? Why is
Yes.
Brian so bothered about a globe?
Yes, I've stated it before. My hypothesis is that those guys are the Washington Generals to the Harlem Globetrotters. So that's why they're controlled opposition. That's why the constant bowing to that part of the quote unquote argument, in my opinion.
These guys understand the reference, right, Kevin?
No, you best just go
we've gone
over that.
Before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for anybody that doesn't know, the Harlem Globetrotters are a entertainment basketball team. Think of them as worldwide wrestling for basketball. Okay. And they would always win. They would make the other team look foolish. They would do things like spin the basketball on their fingertip while they hold one of the defenders at bay with their hand on his forehead, stuff like that. You can go Google it. Google Harlem.
A lot of trick stuff. Yep.
A lot of trick stuff. But the team that they would always play was called the Washington Generals. They were the controlled opposition. That is what this is, in my opinion. Or else they would not be holding so tightly to that word. And you could hear it at the end of Brian's thing. I mean, it is everything. That word is everything to them. It can't possibly be that Bev has a syllogism that works and that he and Spot On have done a test in reality that proves that syllogism. It can't be that. Of course not. Because the Harlem Globetrotters would say, oh, no, you don't. I could spin the basketball on my fingertip and hold you by your forehead with my hands outstretched. No problem. No problem. Can't prove anything. That's my hypothesis. They're controlled opposition.
But the fact that he would say that is his reason, you can't use that as an argument or a proof because a glober will come along and say that.
He's telling the globers what they can say.
Right. Be careful of the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah.
You know what they can do, man. They're good.
I have heard the same argument from Sleeping Warrior when he was when I was chatting with him here on the Try Thinking YouTube channel when he was here around about density and the relationship between densities, and he advised me not to use that word, this relationship, because it would be mathematical proof and would eager some people to use this speculative mathematical thinking, and it means that they don't want that. So the same kind of argumentation. Don't use that because this is not good for our flat Earth society or whatever.
Yeah, for the dual play, for the cyclic argument, it doesn't help that. Yeah. Yeah, it's flat Earth society. I would consider most of this stuff now. These guys, they're exposing themselves as to playing both sides. Or at least wanting both sides of this false dichotomy to just keep rolling on. I mean, I don't blame them. This is what they've been living in. This is the idea of these circular arguments. They've survived on it for 6 years. Everybody knows now. It's gone round and round and round. No, we're not saying that flat Earth debate is flat Earth society. We're just saying they seem to be using similar tactics that the flat Earth society would use at the minute. It's up to everybody else to decide whatever you want to think about anybody that's going on here. You can't deny that the tactics that are being used are definitely being used to confuse the shit out of everybody.
Could Brian be worried about potential globers and their however they receive these things? Because Brian is in the same boat as them, not having an argument.
Yeah. Quite obviously got no proof of his own. Nothing to formulate, nothing to build on. Like I say, I feel sorry for people like that. I'm lucky enough to have found a proof. Lucky enough to have got together with a group of people with a similar goal. Most people in this Discord server have grown. We've learned. We've progressed. Sorry, go on.
But Brian isn't claiming a water level has been used and extended to a distance where it's been falsified, is he?
He's saying something about a 500 meter water level. Well, we did a 600 meter water level test that we called the Realizing Euclid test.
Numbers?
He thinks it's not long enough to show the curve of the Earth. That's what he's saying.
If you show him the RUHIF numbers, 500 meters is plenty long enough to show a measurable change in elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On a surface with constant curvature, it shouldn't be a problem.
But first off, you have to decide whether you're having a drop or a hump. And where the drop is occurring from.
Which end?
Yeah.
I want to know which end, Brian. Tell us, which end does it start?
Because I had cursed with a high IQ, one of the Australians, tell me that it depends where you're stood. Depends on you where the curvature of the water level is.
I would love to have this convo with Brian.
Let's also not forget that earlier on, Brian said it does not matter how long you extend that water level. If you don't have a sextant handy, it doesn't prove anything.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, can you even imagine saying something like that?
And he mentioned something about aviation as well.
Sorry.
Yeah, either you need to have a sextant or you need to something with an airplane in order to prove something about a water level on the ground.
My word.
Yeah. Very similar to some of the argumentation that we've heard over the years. But it sounds like a 2 or 3 year old argument to me. Brian's coming at us with a 2 or 3 year old globe, blue marble scientific argumentation. It's very
I was
out of
having
touch.
arguments like this with the ballers 4 years ago. That's why I came up with the skateboard paradox and the twin boat paradox. I'm astonished at this. I truly am. I was having these conversations 4 years ago.
Yeah, everybody's been on a journey. Whenever you come into this, you go on a journey, personal discovery. It just seems that we've been on a journey for the years, building our proofs and gathering all of them, and other people are only just starting their journey down the geometry path, trying to employ logic. Always geometry first. Because you need to have a reason for understanding the geometry. And then you find the logical proofs within. And then it develops into an understanding of the logic. But they've not even started with the geometry part yet. So how can they formulate logic into a proof-giving system if they've never started with the geometry yet? Never seen the beauty within the geometric argumentation.
I would also say, like, if we're going to be very accurate with our words, make sure to point out how these aren't arguments that Brian has stolen from the Globers. It's just vacuous statements. An argument is a formulation of logic where you, for example, use a modus tollens, modus ponens, could be a syllogism. Any of these logical statements, those are arguments. Just making empty claims are not actually arguments. I want to make that very clear.
Got the last few minutes in this. 2 minutes. Just going to
That
round
won't
up.
prove that it's, you know what I mean? If you put concrete down, whatever, and it looks flat, it looks, you know, it looks horizontal. That doesn't mean that it's horizontal on the big scale. If you're if to somebody who believes the Earth is a globe. So don't let these people bully you. Don't waste your time trying to get anything through to them. You're wasting your time. They're only going to demean you. They're not interested in addressing where they're wrong or addressing where they've been dishonest. They're interested in character assassination, in misrepresentation, in going.
Character assassination?
No,
Really?
we're addressing your points. Brian, you're talking about local level, brother. Local level. Listen to yourself, bro.
The conspiracy nonsense, like claiming that people like me are being sent out by the flat earth debate team to do this nonsense. Like they don't even know I'm doing this. They don't know about it till I post the video into the Skype groups or on YouTube. They don't know anything about it. So, you know, there's no big conspiracy. I'm just pointing out where there's people out there who are wrong and are too arrogant to see where they're wrong, and are bullies. Basically, they're online bullies. That's how I view them. They try and bully people into their way of thinking, their beliefs, because that's what they have. There's a lot of beliefs.
I'm not too sure whether he's talking about us or not here. I have a lot of knowledge about things, and we have a lot of proofs. We have a fair few arguments. But obviously there's a lot of people that are detractors. They don't particularly like that. I call them misologists. They hate reasoning. They hate a reasoning, logical discussion. Obviously, just tell people not to come round. Couldn't be more plain to see.
You know, a Bible verse or a Bible quote I used recently, and it's very, it's poignant for these people right now. It's Romans 1:22, I think it is. I'm not a Bible reading person, but it sums it up. Claiming to be.
And why are you reading
He's not a Bible person, but he's going to read the Bible to us.
Why?
Thank you very much,
Why?
Brian. Let's see what we got. Let's see how good it is, though. See whether he's got this is a good one. Whether it works.
Wise, they became fools. That's basically the gist of it, and that's how I see these people.
Let's put it again.
No context at all.
I feel bullied. I don't know about you guys.
Romans 1:22, I think it is. I'm not a Bible reading person, but it sums it up. Claiming to be wise, they became fools. That's basically the gist of it.
Claiming to be wise, they became fools. Has anybody here claimed to be wise?
Wait. Just wait.
I'm waiting to see you. Come on, own up. Who's claimed to be wise? Come on. Who was it?
I seek wisdom.
Who claimed to be wise, though? Come on. Brian's telling you you're a fool.
Solomon
claim
was
the exact opposite.
To be wise.
Was it Yoda? Yoda claimed to be wise.
Yoda the wise. Yes, that's him.
Thank you very much for that Bible quote, Brian.
And that's how I see these people. they're trying to promote themselves as wise and wizened.
I'm not. As anybody, who was the person that was wizened?
Why is it when they're making a video dissing someone or whatever, talking like Brian is, and then they have to just use the Bible like I am holier than thou?
Out of context.
It's completely irrelevant, Brian. It's your way of trying to make the audience sympathize with you purely because you've quoted a Bible verse.
You hit it, Emma. Exactly. It gives some sort of I think he thinks it gives some sort of air of authority or something.
Well said, Emma.
Maybe
Doesn't
to some
it say you
people it
can turn
does.
the other cheek as well? Something like that?
Well, yeah, if you want to take things from the Bible, then maybe talk to Nathan about his behavior.
Whoa, that'd be... No, you can't do that.
No.
Well, hang on. He can make...
Look, he's not acting on behalf of the Flat Earth Debate Society or anything.
I don't care. But how long is this video?
There's about a minute.
No, how long it was?
It's half an hour. Half an hour.
Okay, so he made a video about us for half an hour.
It could be about us. I mean, it might be about somebody else.
Okay, whatever. Quoted the Bible verse. It's obviously something that really bothers Brian. Why doesn't Nathan's behavior towards people bother Brian? Why can't he make a half an hour video? Make a half an hour video on that.
Yeah, especially the way he behaves towards women. I mean, yeah. Good point, Emma.
Actually, the video might be longer than half an hour.
Days, I would imagine.
Yeah, wise. I've never claimed to be wise, and that's one of the last things I ever would be. Who could claim to be wise? Wise in the ways of what? Like, we've been round here a lot, and we've definitely seen a lot of tricks being played. We've seen a lot of people going insane, crazy people. Heard a lot of contradictions being said, but that doesn't make anybody wise. And nobody's claimed that, Brian. That's fucking terrible. He can't be talking about us, can he? Unless Brian's built up an image of us in his head, and that's what he thinks we are. He might have been talking to that group of people that make shit up. The blue marble scientists. I think that's what Brian might have been doing. He might have been hanging out with them. Sounds like it to me.
And they're gaining people's trust. And they're leading people down an arrogant road that's leading to nowhere. Because these people aren't wise. They're not wizened. And they will become fools. And everyone who follows them will as well. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. Because these people don't have humility. They're not willing to learn anything. They claim they want explanations for things, but then they disregard the explanation.
This sounds like you haven't bowed the knee to FED. So I've made this video.
Yeah, this is...
you're not accepting what I'm teaching.
Sounds like this is what Nathan wanted to say the other day, but couldn't. I'll say it now. It does sound like Brian's a spokesperson for the FED. And he's just letting everybody know, this will be you. If you question anything about what Brian does, what Flat Earth Debate does, what QE does, this will be you too.
Pointless talking to them. Then they say no one comes to talk to them. Why would you do that? If someone makes it pointless, why would you waste your time?
We say nobody comes to talk to us because you're all misologists. You can't talk about logical statements. You can't formulate arguments. Why would you ever want to come round here? You're better off just making videos, shit talking about us. It's the easiest way for you guys. We know that's what's going to occur. We know people can't come and talk because they have no arguments. And we have. If we have the arguments, we know you have no rebuttal to the arguments. That's the reason you're not going to come and talk. That goes for the blue marble scientists and obviously flat earth debate. Superheroes.
Anyway, that's the end of that.
There we go.
Thanks for watching.
Right, so that's the end of that. Says Brian. Thank you very much. Let me get this back. I'll just set up these other two videos. These other two are short ones. Blue Marble Science has done a video of him for himself also. Let me sort these out.
Hey Bev, did you want to
guys
round
are
out that discussion for a second?
Yeah, you guys go. It's free for all.
Well, I just think maybe, I don't know what anybody else thinks, but since we heard Brian's non-rebuttal rebuttal, do you want to state again what your actual argument is, the real argument, the syllogism? Because he started out by misrepresenting or misunderstanding or mishearing what you have in your syllogism in the test that you did with Spot On. I think it may be worth just going through that again, the logical statement.
Yeah, well, the logical statement that goes from all of this stuff, it's sort of all built together. There's a series of arguments that have been made. I did the recent syllogism was the easiest way to explain the syllogism is if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. It's a process. It's a logical process where you link the two outside terms to the middle term. And that's a basic syllogism. You can't make it any clearer, any simpler than that type of argument. It's the most basic you could possibly do. So when I made the level is horizontal argument, I made the argument that level is an even elevation, an even altitude when established, as everybody knows. But also horizontal being a plane of zero slope in any direction also holds an even altitude within it for measurements within surveying. So those two terms both being the same as an even elevation made the statement that level is horizontal. Didn't really mention the water level as the proof, but the proof was the syllogism and them both being linked to an even elevation. Now, when me and Spot On did the test, what we did was we linked the water levels to a horizontal plane, but then we placed them together and we overlapped them so that in the center there was a common segment, there was a common place that could be matched up together from one water level to the other. Yeah, very much so. We linked the water levels around the middle to make a portion of the middle that it was, how do you say, within Euclid, book 11, the proposition 1 is that a straight line cannot be partly within a plane and partly without it. which is the statement that was made within the middle term of the water levels. It will be explained much better, but in that we didn't use a water level to prove that level is horizontal. We used a water level to prove that a straight line cannot lie partly within a plane and partly without the plane. It's directly linked to a logical argument within, linked to a proposition within Euclidean geometry. So our arguments aren't based around one thing proving another. They're linked around the logical statements that can be derived and then linked to things within reality. Now, there are obviously multiple ways of you being able to do that, depending on what means you have to be able to do that yourself. But the best means that you have to be able to acquire these proofs is your mind. It's that reasoning process that gives you the idea that you can formulate a proof for yourself. What's Wally talking about? Crazy. Some fantastic things coming out of there right here. Can you guys still see that? You're still on my screen.
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, this is a 4-minute video. Let me go here. We go. This one recorded over the weekend, last weekend, and this is Blue Marble. I'll be putting this video out. I think it does need cutting and it does need a bit of animation or something to go along with it. But this is just a clip I took today. You guys are representing the Blue Marble science. Or this is it spherical science?
It's Terry's channel.
Yeah.
This is my channel.
It's Sphere Science Saturday or something like that, was it?
This is my channel, man.
Yeah. I know, but I mean, this was broadcast as, is it Sphere Science?
Well, yeah, I just called that in the title.
Okay. So is it like it's an ironic sort of thing that there isn't any spherical science, because that's geometry, obviously.
Well, we live on the Earth, and the Earth is a spherical type shape. So, yeah.
There you go. I point out that sphere science would be a geometry, the knowledge about the sphere, obviously. In comes Blue Marble science. All of these guys are trying to dismiss themselves away from sphere science because obviously they know there is none. It doesn't really go. It's just a ball.
Well, of course, there's spherical science, but you don't know enough to be talking about it.
Oh, you don't know. The famous cry of the Blue Marble scientists.
That's right. Well,
Blue Marble says, there is spherical science, but you don't know enough about it.
Quite true, too, actually.
One of the scientific methods, isn't it?
And in fact, well, I'm not even going to get into it because you will not understand it.
There you go. Again, well done.
Biff, we let Blue say whatever he wants. It's his problem, not ours. He can back himself up.
You're heard of.
There we go. Let Blue say whatever he wants. It's his problem. Blue Marble science. You ready for this? Blue's going to tell you his problem. It's going to be everybody's problem.
Spherical pie, Biff.
It's different, right?
The value of pi on the surface of a sphere. If you draw a circle on the surface of a sphere, pi is not a constant anymore.
But pi is a constant.
Not spherical pi.
Well, like I'd just like to point out again, in reality, pi is a constant.
In reality, spherical pi is not a constant.
Yeah.
Yeah. In reality, it is not. It varies between 2 and 3.14159, the one you know about.
Blue marble science. In reality, pi is not a constant. Do you want to hear it again? I'll rewind.
Yes, but in the beginning he said if you draw a circle on the surface of the sphere, you cannot draw a circle on the surface of the sphere because it would have a curved surface, and circle has a plane surface.
Yep. Yeah, we've been talking about this all day today. All of the guys have been trying to misunderstand what it is, but here we go. Listen. Like I'd just like to point out again, in reality, pi is a constant.
In reality, spherical pi is not a constant.
Yeah.
Yeah. In reality, it is not. It varies between 2 and 3.14159, the one you know about. The only one you know.
Cannot vary. That's the point.
Certainly can on the surface of a sphere, buddy. It can. It does.
Blue states that on the surface of a sphere, pi varies. In reality, this is some of the best stuff that ever will be said by a pi doesn't vary, Blue.
Yes, it does.
It's a really bad argument, Blue.
Your lack of education is not my problem. It's your problem.
Gaslighting from the blue marble scientists. Blatant gaslighting.
Yes, you told him pi doesn't vary, and he says, yes, it does. It is a spherical pi. So he's violated the identity of pi within the law of identity right there.
Pi is a constant, and I'm making a point of this now for everybody else that's listening.
But Bev, it's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Yeah. You wouldn't understand it. It's not my problem, your lack of education. That's not what it is. Blue marble is gaslighting. Blue marble is laying down the law for every blue marble scientists around here now. They have to go along with this. In reality, pi is a constant. Blue marble science dictates to everybody, wants to become a shadow giant. This is Blue's big step. Blue can make himself a shadow giant. He can do away with the constant of pi because it's required by his model. So it's really strange that nobody else has bothered saying this yet. But Blue Marble's going to do it. He's uncovering a big conspiracy. You thought pi was constant. Listen.
Go learn something.
Pi has a value. That's called pi. It doesn't change.
That is pi in planar geometry, Bev.
But it doesn't change. Pi's only pi.
Yes, it does, Bev. When you draw a circle on the surface of a sphere, you've got a pi number that is variable. It depends. It depends on.
You draw a circle on the surface of a sphere. Can't do it. You can't do it. It's not possible. I'll open myself up for the ridicule from the globe Blue Marble Scientist team. Come on. Like, I'm the guy. Pi is a constant. It does not change. You cannot draw a circle on the surface of a sphere. Surface of a sphere is a surface of constant curvature. A circle is not.
Yes, it's planar figure, so it cannot be drawn on the surface of the sphere.
And just because you can't draw a circle on the surface of a sphere doesn't mean you can change pi.
Yes, of course. So both they are unrelated, but both are false. So two impossibilities.
Blue Marble Science. He's made a video about this actually, saying that we have misrepresented what he's said. He's quite clearly said that pi changes on the surface of a sphere. It doesn't. Pi is a constant. No matter how close you bring a circle to a sphere, it doesn't change the proportions of the circle about the diameter and the circumference. You can't bend the diameter of a circle. It's just not possible. Blue Marble Science. Here we go. It's
how
not
big
finished.
the circle is. If
Pi is a variable.
If the circle happens to be the diameter of the sphere.
He's muted me here. He's muted me here for saying that pi isn't variable. So they obviously want Blue Marble to continue. So nobody can point out to him that obviously pi is a constant. They don't want Blue Marble being stopped while he's on his roll, and he's on a good one.
Pi has a value of 2.000.
Pi has a value of 2.000. Take your clips out of this. I'm going to be putting this one out. This is the one for you to show your mathematic friends. Find the cleverest person that you know that does mathematics, maybe at a university, at a school. Find your children's school teacher. Go to anyone.
If the circle is infinitely small on the surface of a sphere, it has a value of 3.14159. It varies by
infinitely small circle.
Infinitely small, meaning it can always be smaller than whatever you want to claim, meaning it's non-existent at its extreme, conclusion.
The
there is no
actual value of pi. The pi with the actual value of pi has to be a circle that small that you would never even notice it was a circle. That small. That's the only circle that can have the actual value of pi, according to Blue Marble Science. Now, he might say something different. He might have meant something different. But he's definitely got a variable pi.
No, this is false example. This infinitely small circle doesn't prove anything, because how can you prove that this ratio is changed when you are operating under infinite numbers? You cannot prove any ratio using infinite numbers.
Yeah.
So you cannot disprove that or prove. This is not falsifiable at all.
How can you use anything with a word that is defined by having a beginning but no end?
You cannot define it. You have to have borders from one side to another. So
yeah, but the word infinite, when they use, the definition is having a beginning but no end. And then you're going to use that in mathematics? I mean, how does that work?
You cannot establish ratio. If one of these numbers is infinite, you cannot establish ratio. This is simple.
Are you sure not 2.00? I'm just joking.
This isn't the only blue marble scientist that said this. This is a growing trend. And now blue marble science has said this. This is a must do for any blue marble scientist. They have to go along with it. Because in reality, here's the truth, right? In reality, pi proves a Euclidean framework. And if pi is constant, as it is, it's definitely provable to prove the straight line. And if you can prove the straight line, then you can orientate the straight line horizontally and extend it. And that's where we're going to go to next. This one and the next one are linked together. It's going to be the basis of the formulation of our proofs within the year coming up. And hopefully we can get some mathematicians involved in on it. Get some geometers from universities, some mathematicians from universities. I'd really like to take this to different people. Obvious that we need more people than just blue marble scientists, because they're delusional. They'll just make up any old shit. Like blue marble, yeah.
By the sign of the fucking angle.
He gets very angry.
You're unmuted again, Bev. You kept interrupting, so I muted you for a minute.
I told you wouldn't understand it.
There's more than one pie.
We're the farmer's boy there. Did you hear the farmer's boy? Here we go again. I'll let you listen to that. A little comment. It was only like a little mouse. Listen.
More than one pie.
Go back and listen to that one more time and pay attention to how certain he sounds of himself. I would say he doesn't sound very certain of himself saying that.
Blue marble. Okay.
No, farmer's boy.
There's more than one pie.
You wouldn't understand it.
There's more than one pie.
There's more than one pie. There isn't. There is only pi. Pi is one value. It's a transcendental number. A never-ending number. One of the numbers that tells you that you can't know everything. Especially when you put a numerical value to a geometrical principle. One of the certainties in reality. Thank you, Blue Marble Science, for letting us know you do not live in reality whatsoever. Nothing to do with reality, this.
Yeah, there's lots of them. Like radius becomes on the surface of a sphere. There's a lot of different pies. Then I gave you the boundaries: 2.0 to 3.14.
Thank God
That's
there's
the lower limit.
It's pies.
Thank God there's more than one pie. I'd hate to be limited to apple pie all the time.
You guys are representing. Okay, so I'll put that one out after this. I'll just shift this video over and give us the last one. So that's Blue Marble. Nice.
Yeah,
You're trying a bit
really
of logic, are you? Okay. And last video. This is, I'm calling this one the horizontal Wally. This is a style of argument that you can open up to anybody. And it goes like this. It goes about, there's 2 points, A and B. And that's how you start the argument off. Let's see how well other people do with this. Listen. Nice.
Yeah,
You're trying a
it's
bit
really
of logic, are you, with the modus tollens?
Oh yeah, I thought I'd throw a little bit of logic at you.
Nice.
Yeah, because I think you guys always get a little bit hung up thinking that I'm trying to tilt the zenith lines, but no, the zenith lines are always perfectly vertical. Even at Dubbo and Sydney, they're both perfectly vertical, but they're just not parallel. I'm sorry to say. When you
Right, here you go. Right, so this is the setup. Wally says that two verticals are not parallel. So, as everybody knows, a vertical and a horizontal are perpendicular, right? Which means that at the base or anywhere along the vertical, you can have a perpendicular. That would be called horizontal. Now, if you extend that horizontal out, it would eventually meet an other vertical. And as everybody knows, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. And all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. These are geometric statements. You can't get around this. So when Wally says about verticals not being parallel, that's when we employ the horizontal Wally. Right? And you can do this to anybody that has this. Whenever they make this statement about verticals not being parallel, employ the horizontal Wally. Here we go.
measure them, they just aren't parallel. And when you have a look at my little diagram, you'll see how that comes about. Just simple 3 lines.
Do you imagine that you can orientate a line from A to B horizontally, Wally?
What do you mean from A to B?
Can you orientate a line from A to B in reality? Can you orientate that horizontally? The entire line.
What you mean?
I know, it's really difficult, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure people would be... he's trying to feign ignorance now. He doesn't know what I mean for orientating a line A, B horizontally. Saying he can't understand it. Stalling for time. Really difficult. It's a hard question to understand, right? If you have a point A and a point B, can you orientate the straight line between those 2 points? Can you orientate that entire line horizontally?
You can have a straight line between point A and B. The straight line can be horizontal at A, or it could be horizontal at B, but they're not going to be the horizontal at both if there's some great distance between A and B.
Okay. Did you hear that? The A to B line, when asked, can it be horizontal? Wally says it can be horizontal at A or horizontal at B. It can't be horizontal from A to B.
So point horizontality we're talking about here.
Yes,
At a point.
this is nonsense.
Yeah.
Because he's not talking about line, he's talking about points.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense because we cannot have horizontal points or vertical points or whatever points.
Blue's coming out about spherical pie. In your imagination, Blue, you can have whatever you want. That's fine by us. I'm just pointing out to everybody. Everybody knows pi is a constant. That's a statement that we can definitely say in reality. Now, onto the horizontal. Similar problems that Blue Marble has. Wally doesn't believe you can orientate a line AB horizontally. Let him explain. Listen, it is just a straight line from A to B, though, right?
You can have a straight line from A to B, but it won't be horizontal all the way. It'll only be horizontal in one point.
You can't have a part of a line being horizontal and a part of the same straight line not being horizontal.
Well, you can.
No, you... See, now, Wally puts this picture up here. He's took a screenshot of my camera. And my camera here says one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. That's why I asked him about a horizontal plane from A to B. Can you orientate that line AB horizontally? Because it goes with the realizing Euclid test that Kevin pointed out earlier, and the logical syllogisms that can go together to make these statements of proof, that actually give proof, like the realizing Euclid test that we have. But Blue Marble and Wally don't think it's possible.
You can when you've got a globe.
No, it's not possible.
We're dealing with a globe. When you're dealing with a globe, that's exactly what happens.
Well, no, we're just dealing with a horizontal in reality, right? Or at least the concept of the understanding of a horizontal in reality.
Well, in reality, we're all standing on a globe, and that's exactly how it works. Part of it's horizontal, and part of it's not.
Part of it's horizontal, and part of it's not. Absolute bullshit, Wally. Absolute fantasy. But hey, these are the Blue Marble scientists. People have to go along with all of these spherical pie and a partly horizontal line.
He's talking about part, but this is not. Someone would think that he's talking about segment of straight line, but this is impossible. He's talking about point, and it is not part of the line. So you can say that this is in the line, but really it is not a segment of the line. And he's talking about point. That this is this part of the line, what he's talking about is a point. Sorry, but
well, yeah, he's
nonsense.
He's not being honest about it. But yeah, Wally, you've exposed the entirety of the globe model along with spherical pie. These two things both go together. You can't have spherical pie without a not horizontal. You have to do away with horizontal for you to be able to imagine spherical pie. That's the way it is. Really.
Well, that's what happens when you look at, you try looking at the moon.
It's not what happens.
It is.
A horizontal is a straight line. And if that horizontal straight line is horizontal, then the entirety of it is horizontal.
Yeah, that's where you've hung up. That's where you got yourself stuck. You think a straight line must be horizontal, but it's not.
Worry about it.
It's not that.
This is gaslighting, obviously, for you guys. I hope you're doing well for each other. Yeah. No. Definitely.
Well, how do you... anyway. I will let you guys go because I know Terry wants to get his little pretty head to bed. He needs his beauty sleep.
That's it. 2 clips. Spherical pie, Blue Marble Science, and the horizontal Wally. You can have this discussion with anybody. Now, anybody that lives in reality and is unaware of this argument, well, of course, they'll do the horizontal and just have a horizontal being orientated horizontally. Of course, you can orientate a straight line horizontally in reality. That's where we have to point out there's a difference between reality and not reality. And everyone knows that you can orientate a straight line horizontally because a horizontal is a straight line. These guys, Blue Marble scientists, don't believe you can actually have a horizontal in reality. They believe that you can change the value of pi by introducing a sphere, by curving a radius, you can change the value of pi. Blue marble science. Spherical pi doesn't exist, Blue. Pi is a constant. Gaslight as much as you want.
Pi is ratio between circumference and diameter is straight line. And you cannot have this straight line on the surface of the sphere, therefore you cannot have diameter.
Yeah, you can't have a circle on the surface of a sphere because a circle is a two-dimensional figure.
And it has no diameter if it is not great circle, even. So it only has this chord line.
See, Wally's saying that there's some sort of straw man involved in the things that we've just said, but we heard you, both you and Blue Marble, Wally. Everybody heard it. The gaslighting comes now when they say that they didn't mean what we said that they heard, or what we heard what they said. They didn't actually mean like that. I used the term gaslighting incorrectly. Wally doesn't think that gaslighting is trying to convince somebody of an absurdity. That's exactly what it is, Wally. Whether you convince yourself or not, it doesn't really matter. The moment you start to try and convince other people of an absurdity, that's gaslighting. You're trying to affect people's minds with a ridiculous thing. Drives people mad. I'm not doing it. You guys, you're going to make yourself mad. You're going to make yourself insane. Happy New Year. Blue Marble. Perpendicular has to do with pi. It's Euclidean. We know spherical pi doesn't exist, Blue. Pi only has one value. So sad. And Blue Marble thinks you can Google it. Blue Marble, the Blue Marble scientist and the Blue Marble scientific method has now derived to you can Google spherical pi, so that proves that pi isn't a constant. Blue Marble science.
Dr. Google.
Yeah. That's how you do mathematical proofs within Blue Marble science. Make another video, Blue. You can get 1 or 2 out of it. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who are a little bit confused about mathematics, geometry, the understanding of this with pi. It's very simple. We can help people understand mathematics and geometry much easier. Just come into the Discord server. We can go over this. I went over it today with my son. And my son doesn't really understand pi. I don't think kids are taught this sort of stuff within school. It's just mostly learned within these rooms. This understanding of geometry that I've learned to simplify it for adult use is eye-opening, and it has been eye-opening to a lot of adults that we've talked to about this.
I wanted to point something out too. That it's just strange that every time they want to try to like change something or do away with something, they use the thing that they're trying to do away with to try and get away, to do away with it. Like
Stolen
a straight
concept.
line. Yeah, exactly. Like pi, like you wouldn't be able to approach an alternate to pi, a variable pi, without pi being pi in the first place.
Yeah, pretty much like the straight line, the horizontal being a straight line. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, everything, this blue marble scientific method is backwards engineering contradictions so you can allow for them. Like, there is definitely a contradiction, right, with pi being a constant in reality and blue marble spherical pi not being a constant. There's a contradiction there. But within the blue marble scientific method, Blue, obviously, and his band of merry men, can somehow mentally allow for the fact that they're different. You can have both. The diletheism of the blue marble scientist is shown every time. And it's so obvious that the only way around it is gaslighting.
People always knew that you can draw something on curved surface from ancient times, but they never had that idea that you can make geometry on curved surface. So they always drew these circles, straight lines on the plane or on a let's say flat piece of paper or papyrus or whatever it was, never on curved, strangely.
Well, the formulation of everything is around the straight line. And within a sphere or on a sphere, there's no straight lines. No matter how hard you try to imagine a straight line on a surface of constant curvature, it's just not possible to actually have a straight line on that surface. Yet Euclidean geometry is entirely based around that straight line, even down to the circle and the sphere. They require a straight line. The radius or the diameter has to be straight. But blue marble wants to allow for a curvature of that straight line. And because of that curvature of the straight line, he thinks he can change the value of pi. That's how simple it is. Blue marble has a hatred of a straight line. His model dictates to him that he has to hate it. Blue marble again. Will you leave the women alone? I know it's Paige, and Paige is absolutely wrecking your model. But, why do you always pick on the women? It's very strange. At least try against one of the other fellas or something, Blue. It's like you're obsessed. But I do have something against women. Same as Nathan Oakley.
There is this weird thing around this arena at the moment that people would prefer to spend all of their time around men pretending to be women rather than actual women.
Yeah. Yeah, Blue and Nathan, any woman that speaks up seem to be getting, I could call it attacked. Nathan Oakley was definitely attacking you. Is Blue Marble attacking Paige? Well, he's focusing on Paige. Very strange.
Exactly, Paige.
Strong women. That really seems to get at these guys.
They parade men around in dresses to take over from the actual women. That's how much they despise us.
Yeah. I could just point out that it's nothing to do with anybody's sexuality or anything. Blue can have any sexuality that he wants. He can prefer, well, men in dresses if that's what he's after. Like, and nobody's saying there's anything wrong with it. It's just saying it's a little bit strange that they attack women publicly.
I have to disagree with I have to stick up for women here and say that there is something wrong with it.
Bev, Emma, can I do a mic check here, please?
Yes.
Yeah, we can
You
hear
are
you.
loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Thank you. How's everybody?
Fine, thank you, Gadget. How are you?
I'm brilliant. I'm just laughing over the last, 15 days? What's happening this... no, we wouldn't call it drama, would we? Is it drama?
What, Blue Marble and the women?
Arena. Yeah, in the arena.
I think that what they're after, as Nathan Oakley showed, they're after a distraction. They've highlighted a particular issue, and as always, the next thing to do is to distract from it. So, yeah, going after women is something that obviously people will divert to point that out. And that gets Blue Marble out of addressing the fact that he's just said pi changes. It's like just broken mathematics. Nobody's going to notice it. Nobody's worries about it. It's Blue Marble science. It means fuck all. The cyclic argument. Go on.
I just wanted to clarify that I don't hate guys. Okay? I appreciate guys. The world needs guys.
World needs women as well, Emma.
Yeah, it doesn't really need men to be women, though.
No. No, it just needs men and women.
If you go to talk down for the last 15 days, I've seen Nathan Oakley absolutely talk to you like a fucking bitch. No education. I would never talk to a woman like he did to you. No way.
Yeah, but all they'll do is get a man pretending to be a woman to do it instead of them, and then claim that if you retaliate, that they're the victim. It's still a guy going against.
Yeah, I know, Emma. I know.
Women.
Okay.
I know. I'm like I said, not everybody in here may agree with me, but me as a woman, I have to say these things. I have to speak out.
But the thing is, Emma, I listened to the show, and that guy, what he said to you, he needs a slap. How could you treat a woman like that?
It doesn't bother me because Nathan's opinion of me doesn't it means nothing to me. What is it worth?
Yeah, but all you said was blah 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 blah, and then he called you KUNT and everything, and
Oh, I don't think he went that far. I think it was just the
he didn't call you
bitch.
KUNT. Yeah,
Or if he did, I missed that bit. But
yeah, it was nearly that. But sorry. Okay, Oakley, if you're listening, I'll bring that back. You didn't call her KUNT, but
I
you nearly
honestly,
did it.
yeah, I don't care what he said to me. It's just if you're going to do that, then at least afford me the same courtesy and allow me to respond in kind without moaning like a little bitch.
Moaning like a little bitch. And his server is all about what's his server called? Flat Earth Debate. Okay, it's all about debating. Okay, but we never. So if you come into the channel and he meets you, calls you a bitch and shit like that, you know, he hasn't a clue what's going on. Flat Earth Debate. Probably Nathan, you're listening to me now. You're probably listening to me now. I'm Gadget Inspector. I'll probably come into you and have a proper debate with you, but fucking hell, get rid of that mute button. Because your channel is going to go down dead soon. Because if we can't discuss with you, your channel is dead. You can hide behind your mute channel, QE. Come on, QE. Come on into Try Thinking channel. Come to have a conversation about how angles work. What can you do with one angle? You can do fuck all with one. Come in and talk to us. And Arwen, come in as well. Come in here. You are not banned. Come in, talk to us. That's all we want. Just talk to us about the system. You have
They
your
can't
model.
talk. They can't talk. They won't be able to. Brian said it's not worth it. And they're right. They have no argument. They've got no rebuttal to anything. It would just be a shit show. They'll never come here. He hasn't got his mute button.
Bev, we're tired. We're tired about this system. It's gone on for 8 years.
We're ending it. We're stepping out of it. We're going to carry on doing what we do, going over logic and pointing out contradictions and fallacies. We're going to carry on doing what we do. They can do whatever they want to do, and they will do whatever they want to do. And they'll probably try and cause as much drama as they possibly can, stating ridiculous things about things that they can do, but never stating what it is. They're going to show themselves to be exactly the same as the Blue Marble scientists. But they're going to want to be able to talk to the Blue Marble scientists. They're going to want, the Blue Marble scientists are going to want to have Nathan Oakley talk about them. But they're not. They're all going to be talking about us and our arguments and stuff. That's just the way it's going to be. They're going to try and keep away like they are doing, but they can't help themselves. Nathan Oakley's got to realise that we've already been through this process with the Globe guys. We've been through our lean part where everybody tries to stop coming round here. But once you realise that logic is the key to all of this, to expose all of the fallacies and all of the bullshit, then how can you not come round here? You're going to realise soon that there are no arguments coming from either side here. There's only arguments that can be formed within reality. That's it. That's all anybody's got. And discussion about reality. Unless you want to talk about Harry Potter and the Narnia.
Absolutely, Bev. I see Blue Marble Science coming in here. The only reason he comes in here is for content. He tries to get a few snaps out of you and shit like that. They have nothing. There's no argument because horizontal is horizontal, guy. You know, Blue. He's listening. He's in chat. Blue, you got nothing. You've got nothing.
He's just said we should research non-Euclidean geometry. Well, what we do is, Blue, we do extensive research into Euclidean geometry. And then we say, if you want to imagine not that, then off you go. That's brilliant. I don't need to research something that isn't something that I have researched. I know Euclidean geometry well enough to know that that's how we base everything from. Like pi, like triangles having 180 degrees, like circles having a straight radius and diameter. That's how we form our knowing. Yeah, like perpendicular. Thank you, Paige.
Absolutely, Paige, yeah.
Like straight lines. Like, yes, we know about all of these things and we know that they exist. And we know that you have a model that states they can't exist. That's why it's ridiculous. That's why it's a not that. Science of the not that.
So, Bev, what's going to happen in 2023? Can we do a pronostic? What's going to happen?
We're just going to carry on doing exactly the same stuff as what we do.
Yeah,
and we're going to watch other people go crazy trying to work out how we do what we do. Because they're misologists. They're going to struggle to understand logic. Now, anybody that wants to come along on this journey that we're going to come on, like, that's what we're here for. It's going to be rough. There'll probably be conversations and arguments that get put forward. But that's what we encourage that. That's what makes us grow.
Mm-hmm. We'll probably get new stock accounts and shit like that.
Well, they will have to try and confuse everybody that is coming to try and learn this basic stuff. Because that's what they do. That's the only way that they can work is by confusing the shit out of everybody.
Hey, Bev, just a question, because I didn't see him around. Do you remember your man, Spaghetti Guy, I Can Science That? Where's he gone? Did he go anywhere with that, or is he still around?
Well, I don't know. According to everybody on Twitter, he absolutely wrecked the water level. We call it the water level argument, but it's really the realizing Euclid test. Okay. He just completely misrepresented it. I know. It was funny. But yeah, we're going to have to show people that and we'll go over it.
So, Spaghetti Guy, he won the argument with Twitter, or did he? Was it?
No, the actual Blue Marble scientific team just feign victory, don't they?
Okay, I gotcha.
He was the guy that gave us, if water forms a plane, then there can be no globe.
Ooh.
Now they don't really want to go and have a look, see whether water level is actually a plane forming device.
Yeah, it's too deep. It's too deep.
Too much for them. They can't do that.
So hey Bev, I just want to say I'll probably be out tomorrow night. I probably won't be online tomorrow, so I just want to wish everybody a peaceful and happy New Year. To everybody in chat, I love those guys in chat. You know I love those guys in chat, Bev. I love this server. Emma, you, everybody in chat. Paper, Jolo, Kevin B, everybody, Targak, everybody, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year for next.
Buster,
for
Buster,
next
you're
year.
the boss. I'll probably be out tomorrow night, so I won't get a sign in, you know. So I love you guys. Really, I love you guys. You guys brought a lot of energy to me over the year. You know, you guys get me up in the morning. You get me up thinking. Thank you very much, guys. That's all I have to say to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gadget. Yeah. I bet it's like a birthday weekend for you, this, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I can see the logic. You know, I don't say much. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, you know, but when I listen to you guys, it's fucking absolutely brilliant. You know, it's and as I said, it gets me up in the morning. I know the earth is not a fucking spinning gas ball in the fucking whatever you call it, and it's not flat either. It's not flat. It can't be flat. Horizontal is horizontal to the to the horizontal of the plane. You know, that's logic. It's fucking logic, man. I came out of my mother's womb as a fucking asshole, and I'll go to my God, whatever. I'll die one day, and I'll go. Uh, most most of us people we'll fucking die. We go to our heaven, but I go up there and I'll fucking know. I go to my God and say, "Yeah, I got it." Maybe I get a little medal or something like that. I don't know, but I know. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Blue's in the chat telling people that they don't understand stuff again.
Yeah, but Blue's silly.
He's so angry. Yeah, you're right asking he is. Why are you so angry, Blue? It's coming up to New Year.
2023.
It's Paige winding him up.
Paige is brilliant. I love Paige.
Oh, he's Blue Marble's blocked Paige, so he can't see what Paige is saying, so that's good.
Hey, Bev.
You don't
Bev, remember that the video you put up at Rufus that was 2 years ago? Remember that one? I couldn't believe it. I thought it was just 15 days ago, but that was actually a video from 2 years ago. Not a video, but a stream from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Same arguments 2 years ago. It was crazy that I couldn't believe it. I thought it was recent.
I'm putting these videos as public now. So the horizontal Wally and spherical pie are now both released on the 31st of December.
So the star, the polar star is moving, then it's not moving, then it's moving.
I don't know.
That's what they say.
Oh. So good. So good. What time are we at? Right, it's 11:30, 11:30 midnight. Today, Free for All Friday, obviously, again, Brian's Logic was invited to come in, but he doesn't want to come and talk. Obviously, Nathan and QE both turned into Farmer's Boys. Blue Marble, Farmer's Boy again in the chat. Talking shit, putting his hate on the women. Nobody's going to come, but we know this. We knew this Free-for-All Fridays would always turn into this. In fact, it was one of our dreams that we could get rid of trolls within the Discord server without having to ban everybody. The thing that keeps the trolls away is the arguments. Now, they can say it's all sorts of other reasons for whatever reasons they want to come at it with. But, I mean, it's the people that are in here and the logic and the arguments that we have that keep the blue marble scientists away.
I like keeping blue marble in the YouTube chat. No, he gives his opinion, and I like his trolls, to lick him, to correspond with him. I like it. He does his opinion in here.
Has
I
anyone
never
joined?
banned you, blue marble science from the YouTube chat. No, I like you to bring your trolls in with you so they can lick you. You're kind of like a slug. You're going up the page, and then you get you get your little trolls coming up behind you. Yeah, I like that.
Has anyone joined today?
Yeah, no, well, they won't.
We're scary. They are scared of logic. Brian's logic has exploded.
Yeah. Skeptical. Bonne année à
Hey,
toi.
Celtic. Oui, bonsoir, mon ami.
Joyeux Noël et bonne année, si je te vois pas.
Hey, bonsoir. Ça va toi?
Oh, Josie Boom. Oh, Josie Boom is in the chat, look.
Oh, okay. Is it live still? Are we live? Are we live still?
Boom, GM Boom.
Bev.
The Mexican.
Are we live still?
Yes, we are.
Yeah,
yes,
we're live.
We are.
Okay. Yes, we are live. We are live.
Josie GM Boom. The flip flop. Shout out.
Why do you do that?
Brian.
Yeah.
Brian, if you listen to me, Brian.
Josie,
if you're
are you
in the
looking
chat.
for subs? Josie Boom, are you looking for subs?
We don't need to shout out slanderers, public slanderers.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, baby.
Brian, if you are listening to me right now, Brian's logic, you gotta change your name to Brian's the logic.
Not
it's the logician. Yeah.
It is a bit deceitful to pretend that there's some logic there. I didn't notice any really.
Even Bev, we are maybe people say we're assholes, but be and skeptical. We can say what we believe totally in French and put it out here on the internet. That right, skeptical?
Yeah.
Nous, on peut parler français tous les deux. On parle la langue. Can I just point out some strange shit that's going on at the minute? Can you see that in the chat that I've just put in there on Discord?
Discord.
Yeah, Mobius says knowing about Superman doesn't make Superman real. Blue Marble says spheres aren't real. Mobius, really? When Mobius was talking about Superman. Right, so, and then a little bit further down, Mobius says, what's wrong with you, Blue? Deep breaths. And then Blue says, Mobius, you really want to got with that? Spheres don't exist in reality? Those guys at the Wilson Basketball Factory are going to be pissed. play it out again. The original comment was knowing about Superman doesn't make Superman real. And Blue Marble has associated that statement with spheres.
Bev, can I ask you a question about angles?
Well, I'm just sort of we need to make sure that Blue Marble's okay. Mobius is talking about Superman, and Blue Marble's thinking that Mobius is saying that spheres don't exist.
Paige, you're coming into chat. Have a chat.
Are you okay, Blue? I don't know whether we might be a little bit better to shut this down.
Yeah, please.
There are chickens, Celtic.
I'd love to have a chat with asking everybody in here and chat afterwards. Wish everybody Happy New Year. You know, the guys.
Well, yeah, I'm going to shut this down. Tomorrow is Saturday. We will be back on Monday. But tomorrow, we've got our trip out. We always do this thing. It's a regular thing that we do. We go over to Gem Pandas.
What time, Bev? What time? I have to be around.
Tomorrow, I don't know. It depends what time we're all ready for it. I don't know whether it'll be like New Year time or during in the day. But yeah, we'll just go over there and have a bit of a fun, have a conversation.
Everybody slagging or no? Just
well, whoever wants to come.
Yeah.
Part of
what,
the.
What do we do? We come through your channel or how do we do that?
Well, I don't know. We might go live, or I might just record it. Gem Panda, I don't know whether he goes live or what. I don't know whether he's still allowed to or anything. I don't know. I mean, it's just a trip out for us guys.
So if I come in here into this Discord, can I, for everybody, can we just click on you for wherever you are, and we just click on?
No, I don't think it'll work like that. You might have to come over to Gem Pandas.
Okay.
Or if you if we do manage to live stream it or whatever, we'll see.
Okay. So anyway, I'll be hanging around anyway for if anybody wants to come into Discord, I'll give you the rule A, whatever. You know, the rule A. Anybody to hang out. But we need time, Bev. Probably the afternoon. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, some point tomorrow, yes.
Okay. I'll be shouting it out on Twitter or not on Twitter. Whatever. Okay.
Blue Marble's losing it. Mobius has done it again, yeah. Check out the chat.
I pity Blue a bit. He's kind of losing the thing. I hope it doesn't end up like George. You know?
Madness. The onset of madness always comes to people that have to try and justify a model with reality, especially they have problems within geometry. Okay, any other final words? I don't want anybody to think we're bullying anybody. I don't want to think that we're attacking anybody. I don't want to think that we're telling anybody what to do. We're not. We're just, we're going to go over things and look at them, critically look at them from a logical understanding. And anybody's free to come and talk about that. Anyone. So please do.
Just like one word before we go into 2023. Thank you, Leighton Oakley. Thank you, QE. You guys have a lot to answer for. To the logic. Because those guys, we have the logic. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Bev. Oh, cut me off.
See you later.
Let's give it a go. Everybody's got on path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go.
There comes a time you have to choose.